I don't know why I'm doing the same thing I did last time. Hello, it is me. It is incredibly me, and I'm here and I'm saying hi. It's incredible who I am, and I say hi and I say hello, welcome. I never know how to do intros, as you can very much tell. But hello, it is me. Before we get started with the actual episode, there is some stuff we want to get out of the way. For, you know, like the series in general. One thing I want to mention really quick, and this is very different than usual. I know this is literally the second episode, but I have like a whole structure internally set up of how I do these episodes. But I wanted to do a sort of like emergency announcement kind of thing, because there's a really cool project coming soon that I want you guys to be excited for. So without further ado, I would like to actually show you guys a surprise trailer, because currently Team Wilt is, well, not currently, Team Wilt is gonna be doing stuff, and so here we have a trailer. Hello everybody, welcome to the second episode of Square1 Developer Commentaries. I am your host, KubeBow, and I'm here with a vengeance once again. Why am I not... What? Okay. New issues to die for. Hello, it is me! It's me, and I'm here, and I'm existing. I'm here. I'm here and I'm existing. I'm really awful at fucking intros. It's crazy how bad at intros I am. I feel like... yeah. Okay. Hello, welcome to Square1 Developer Commentaries once again. You know, today we're gonna be talking about tiikSummer22 and a different... Fuck. This happened last time too. Whoa. Oh, I'm dancing. And a different, oh my god, I keep trying to, pointing, I am currently pointing at the placeholder, the image. Today we're going to be talking about tiikSummer22. We're also going to be talking about something else, which I'll get to in a moment. One thing, since, I want to be able to structure these episodes in a clear sort of way. So there's some stuff that I want to get out of the way first, before we get to the actual episode. The way I want this series to be set up is, I want it to actually act as a series, because I am going... Oh, actually, hold on. One thing. Recording. Okay. What was I saying? Oh, yeah. So, one thing I want to have these episodes be set up as is that most of it is focused on the project we're going to be focusing on. Good sentence. And then after that, we'll have the secondary project, which I'm going to actually probably keep secret most of the time until we're doing the recording, just to be a little silly. But yeah, secondary project, and just end off the whole thing with like a overall just retrospective look at all of it, you know? But before we get into the actual episode, since I do want this to be like an actual series, like looking at Square1 as a whole, I feel it's probably a good idea to, at the start of these episodes, start with like the loose information that I forgot to mention last time, or like sometimes comments will come in about the previous episode and the project in that episode, so I think it makes sense to quickly do that kind of thing at the start, as well as, because I think I want to try to do these episodes once a month, because these are really easy to do. Like, they don't require any prep work at all, and, you know, so I can do them just fine without worrying about overworking myself, and I like doing these. So yeah, I'm just realizing my fan is going into my thing. I should probably turn that off. But yeah, so what was the other thing? Oh, and also giving you guys a heads up of what the next episode will be. Which so what do I start here? So I'll first of all mention just the current news of what's coming this month, because I haven't talked about at all what the next featured release for Square1 is going to be. And so I just wanted to quickly mention this month there's going to be an album coming out. This month there's going to be an album coming out of mine called Diffuse Reflection, which is an album that I've been sitting on for a long time. Similar to how The Insurmountable is a project that I have been holding on to with a almost complete state, assuming that I was going to release it in a specific form. Same thing happened here. But in this case, it's actually maybe even more important technically, because Diffuse Reflection was going to be a Tomorrow project. So, yeah. But considering the fact that Cartesian Vertical is taking so fucking long, and considering just the arc that Cartesian Vertical is sending Tomorrow into, it doesn't make sense to wait a long time to release Diffuse Reflection. So I'm releasing it early as an outside release. And yeah, it's a character moniker project. It's an ambient album, simultaneously my most normal ambient project yet, while also being a little quirky with how it like defines ambient, because it's, I guess, a bit more rhythmic than normal. And chances are you've heard parts of it, because I have referenced it several times in my like unreleased project set kind of stuff. So you've probably heard it before, and from what I've seen from how people have reacted to the stuff on those projects, Diffuse Reflection is definitely a one to look out for. Don't know when that's coming out, but it is this month, and I'm going to be making a meeting brew schedule thing for when the premiere is happening. So keep your eyes peeled. If you are a member in the server, if you're able to talk in the server, or if you're a Costco member in the server, long story. If you're in Costco, you'll be able to help schedule it, but otherwise you'll get a message when it is scheduled and yada 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 yada. Okay, so that's first thing, and I want to just get that out of the way. So obviously we're talking about tiikSummer22 today, and I wanted to mention as well that next episode is going to be a fucking weird one, okay? Next episode, because I've decided the way I'm going to do this is that I'm actually going to go basically chronological order for the featured releases. There will be some points where I'll do them out of order because the time things were released was weird, or I feel like it would make more sense to group together similar projects episode-wise, you know, like sort of track listing, because I'm that kind of nerd. But in the process of doing that, I have realized that the best scenario for next episode is to talk about all 4 singles that were released as part of the first like arc of Tomorrow. So next episode, if you have any comments on any of these things I'm going to mention, then leave a comment and I might talk about it in the next episode. Because next episode is about Parallax, Spider, Color Calibration, and Cold Water Drips Through Stone Circuits, which are the 4 singles of Season 0, Chapter 0. So yeah, we'll be talking about that. And there is a side project planned, but I'm going to keep it secret because it's certainly a project we'll be talking about. I'll say that much. Okay. I'm trying to think. Okay. Final thing. Stuff about previous episode, because last episode we talked about sickBeatz Disintegrate 2. There are some things which I very quickly realized that I just straight up forgot to mention in that episode that is worth mentioning. On top of that, I got a funny... hello? You know, I like when... I'm currently trying to pull up an image for me to read off of, and Windows does this thing sometimes where I open a folder and it just loads indefinitely and I have to like refresh it a couple times. It's really cool. Where the fuck did I put it? Hello? I'm really good at this kind of thing. Also, one thing I want to mention, last time I did a really bad job of making this possible to listen to in an audio only scenario. I want to try to get better at that. So yell at me if I ever am like, look at this, and then not explain what's on screen, please. So yeah. Anyways, funny thing worth mentioning, because Kirby pointed this out. Oh, hello. Oh, cool OBS moments to just be so magical about. So Kirby pointed out something really funny about the ARG cover art, which was not intentional, but I did want to mention, because Kirby was mentioning that the ARG cover art looks like Langton's ants, which I've never really thought of, but it does look like that. I'll bring up an image as a reference, but Langton's ant is like, it's like a Conway's Game of Life scenario kind of thing, right? Like it's a cell, like it's math, and the math causes like different squares of cells to do things, and they move and stuff, and it causes a very interesting pattern where it like moves around in a really weird way, but then it ends up going in a very repetitive and normal diagonal line for a very long time out of nowhere, and it never gets out of that loop, and it's really weird that it does that. And it just so happens that the cover art looks very similar to that, actually, which was not intentional, but I really like that. I don't remember if I mentioned this directly last time, but ARG's cover art, it's supposed to be a tomato smashed on the ground to look like a blood splatter, so that like at a distance it's like, oh, a murder happened here, but it's just a tomato because the main track, well, okay, technically this cover art, the ARG cover art, is the cover art for the track The Grim Reaper Stole All My MIDI Tomatoes, hence tomatoes. But yeah, it's supposed to look like a blood splatter and then maybe something getting dragged off into the distance, you know, like an ominous like blood splatter. But then if you look in the corner, there's just green like leafy bits of the tomato, and it becomes obvious it's a tomato. That was what I was going for, but I really like the Langton ant comparison, so I wanted to point that out. But as for sickBeatz, I did want to mention there's some funny little side lore that I totally forgot to mention about sickBeatz, because I did mention that, you know, I've tried multiple times to do mashups before sickBeatz Disintegrate 2, but one thing I forgot to mention was that I was actually going to make a mashup album that was like semi-jokey, but not, you know, it was more in the like Neil Cicerega realm of like, it was actually me trying to make good mashups, but you know, it was still a shit post. But my idea, oh wow, voice crack. My idea was that I was gonna do a project called P+B, which I don't have the cover art on me, but it was going to be a project where it was going to be a mashup album specifically targeted towards rhythm game players, as in every track was going to be charted in a rhythm game, and so you could play the whole thing if you had like a couple rhythm games. Chances are you wouldn't be able to play all of them because you would need all the games to actually play all of the charts, but like the charts were the music videos and such. In fact, if you have ever listened to fuck, what is it called? I always forget what it's called. Worst Audio Surf 2. What is the actual project name for that? I keep blanking on it. Worst Audio Surf 2 has a track on it called I Used to Beat Off, which is a DJ Squirks mashup of offbeats from A Dance of Fire and Ice and a Coldplay song, Viva La Vida. That track was actually going to be on P+B, but I was so dog shit at making mashups that I couldn't make the project. So Blooping comes back to me saying I used to beat off. That's awesome. Or June, yeah. But yeah, so that's a funny little background info about it. Yeah. And another funny bit of background info, because I mentioned that, like, you know, the album was sort of making fun of mashup artists in a way. One thing I didn't mention is almost all of it was in good fun of like, oh, you know, I'm just pulling, you know, I'm just joking, whatever. I will admit there was a little bit of vitriol it included, and the reason is that I actually knew someone who made mashup projects, and they were very strange. I'll just say that much. Vitriol means like I was like angry. Like there was like some like there was some genuine anger behind it a little bit. But yeah, because there was someone I knew that made mashup projects, and they weren't particularly good at it. You know, they were in the majority of like people who weren't super great at it, but also were like, this is the craziest mashup you'll ever hear. This was crazy. It goes so hard. It's actually unbelievable that it works so well, and it doesn't work. It's just at all. You know, just no self-awareness, that kind of thing. Actually, there was a point because there was a point the Discord server that basically is the origin of Square1 and Show Floor for 40 is the place that I met this person, and at one point I left that that server I was in because I had like life stuff going on and I was depressed, and they had me on my friends list, or on their friends list, you know. I was on their friends list, and they eventually realized that I left, and they were like, "Are you okay?" And then I was like, "It's fine." And then they were like, "By the way, I released a new mashup album." And I'm like, "Okay, cool, good, magical, buddy. I'm so proud of you, magical." Yeah, so that's the funny stuff worth mentioning. One more thing about ASCII art, and I promise this is like the last thing. And this is quite short, but I also have to pull something up while I'm doing this. So funny. Hold on, actually. I cannot multitask. Give me a moment. sickBeatz. Is it gonna pull up, or is it gonna just ignore me and not do anything? That would be magical. Aha, here we go. Okay. So one thing as well, I mentioned last time, I alluded to this and I forgot to continue this thought. So April Fool's Day is considered the birthday of Square1, technically. Technically speaking, the actual birthday is March 31st, because a cool bit with ASCII art is that I released it the day before as a single. And I also created the Squirks channel. I made a joke video where it's like, we're gonna build up hype for this album. You're so ready for it. The single was released at 11 p.m. So the album came out an hour later. There was no hype. Like, they would, even if there were like a ton of people that saw that, it would have been impossible to generate hype. So that's one aspect of it. I just tend to ignore that fact because, you know, it's just a little funny bit. April Fool's Day is the real start of it all. And then final thing, I just wanted to, I was going through the files of ASCII art, and I came across this funny early render or I don't even know, like, funny isn't the right word. Is this playing for you guys? It's the thing. Do you like it? It's the thing. I kind of like the sound of it, but it's very cursed to hear. By the way, that's the only different sounding old version. Like, all the other old versions, it's like very minor changes or like mixing differences, you know? That's the only one that actually distinctly sounds different to me. It's magical. Yeah. All right. Enough of that. That took maybe a little longer than I would have hoped, but, you know, we'll get more used to doing that kind of thing as we go along. Anyways, so it's at this point that I'm going to talk about tiikSummer22. So, introductions. Well, okay. Brief introduction to tiikSummer22, because there is something else I want to mention. tiikSummer22 is a project that I released before my summer break of 2022. Teak means before. It's a Tomorrow thing. That it's a whole thing. We'll get into that as we talk about projects, including this one. But yeah, tiikSummer22 quite literally just means like before the summer of 2022. Which notably, the summer of 2022 is when I graduated high school. And that's why I released this project. This project is a compilation album released in celebration of the fact that I didn't have to deal with basic schooling anymore. Yeah, and we'll be talking about that as we go on. But essentially what you need to know about the project right now is that tiikSummer22 is a compilation of almost entirely stuff made for games of mine. And that actually brings me to another user-submitted comment that I wanted to point out, because Verser... I don't know if I remember... Oh, yeah, I did mention... Okay, never mind. Hold on. Where the fuck is my... This is it? Yep. Okay. Hold on. Well, oh, cool. A cool shaky mouse moment. That was my... Cool. I just had like a tremor or something. That was magical. Okay. Here we go. Verser submitted a bunch of stuff, some of which I'm pulling out for comments, but one thing I wanted to mention, Verser mentioned, were all of these tracks specifically for Bluerooms, or were some of them repurposed for it? So... here's the thing. So tiikSummer22 is about multiple games that I have created in the past, which I've made a lot at this point, most of which aren't worth talking about at all. In fact, some of them are like shitty text-based adventure games, because I got my start with learning how to make Windows batch files, which is just very basic, like literally command prompt based coding, basically. But yeah, so there, most of my projects aren't worth talking about in many situations. But some projects I've made ended up with their DNA as part of tiikSummer22. Funny story about that. One of the projects I've made is Project Bluerooms. If there is any project that I talk about in this episode of Square1 developer commentaries, check out Bluerooms. It is legitimately good. It's unfinished, and it's pretty clear it's unfinished, but it's really fucking fun, honestly. Coming back to it all these years later, it holds up, I feel like, and it's the one that I'm most like, I want to turn this into an actual game one day. And it's a sort of tongue-in-cheek horror game, it's in the same realm of something like Baldi's Basics, where it's technically a horror game, but it's more focused on the just gameplay, where you have a bunch of different... it's inspired by the Backrooms, technically, in that it's like infinitely repeating rooms, and you go through them, and you're being chased by monsters and stuff, and you have to basically use the mechanics with the monsters themselves in order to complete the level. For example, there's a floating like yellow face that chases you that destroys walls, which you can then use to collect items and stuff. Yeah, it's a fun game. The reason I bring this up, funny story, despite despite Project Bluerooms being my best game by far, it has virtually no relation to tiikSummer22 at all, by some fucking miracle. I don't know how. Well, actually, I do know how, and we'll be talking about that later. Which brings me to my next point. You might be wondering what the side project is we're going to be talking about this time, and it actually, it's actually Project Bluerooms' OST. We will be talking about that later on in this episode. But yes, it is a side thing. It's not really relevant to tiikSummer22. Yeah. So we'll be talking about all the games and stuff, and background info about tiikSummer22. We'll also be talking about Project Bluerooms a bit, and just, you know, you get the point. So yeah, all right. I think that's enough preamble at this point. I'm trying to think if there's anything else worth mentioning about tiikSummer22 as a project before we get into this. But I think pretty much everything that I have in mind, it makes more sense to listen to a bit of it before I start talking about it. So, okay. Here we go. Here is the thing. We're doing it. Oh, okay. Wow. A bit fast there, buddy. Yeah, so this is tiikSummer22. Why the fuck is it snapping like this? Hello, OBS moment of the day. OBS moment of the day. Okay. Yeah. And as always, we are looking at the album video version of this. Fun fact, this project was released as separate track uploads on YouTube originally. But I ended up not liking that it was the only project that was released that way, so I ended up actually re-uploading this one. You can still access this album in individual form. There's a playlist that's public, but yeah, so that's your fun fact. But yeah, there's no actual visuals for this. It's just basic, like, text. But there are technically some things worth mentioning in similar realm to how sickBeatz to Disintegrate 2 is, because I'm annoying and I refuse to just upload a project without putting some kind of detail on the visuals, like, ever. Yeah, all right, here we go. First track, Intro 1 plus Fanfare 1. Okay, so just a short little intro track. You know, something to get you into the album before it actually starts. This begins the first arc of the project, which is the arc focused on Yoot.SWF. You know how earlier I mentioned that Project Bluerooms has a floating yellow face that chases you around? That is Yoot. In fact, yeah, if you're looking at the video right now, I am, hold on, Yoot, fear of God, Yoot, I am in pain, Yoot, I am kill you. I'm sending on the video, we have Yoot as several emojis on the server. Yeah, I'll get to that in a moment, Kirby. Yeah, so, Yoot is a character that is featured in Project Bluerooms, but doesn't originate from it. It's a throwback thing, and the origination of Yoot is a game called Yoot.SWF, which I actually did post a video on the Square1 channel about, funnily enough. It's one of the first videos on the channel, and I recommend watching it if you're curious about the game. But it's Yoot.SWF. It's a Flash game that I made for a school project. This is going to be a running bit, you'll notice, school projects. Yoot.SWF is a school project that I made. It's supposed to be like a .EXE horror game, tongue-in-cheek, but also sort of me trying to, like, you know, it's not just straight up shit posting, it's just me being a little silly with it. And not being too serious about it, but also just, you know, it's one of those things where it's like, I wasn't trying too hard to make it something good, but also I wasn't like, oh, this is supposed to be bad. Why are you reading into it deeply? Like, it's something that you could, if you wanted to, and you genuinely like it, you could read into it, as if it was a fully serious piece, you know, that kind of thing. And Yoot.SWF is, it's a what do I even call it? Like, it's a game where you basically traverse a desktop and you open up different little games, and for each of the levels, and they're like janky games featuring this yellow face named Yoot. And we'll be talking about what happens in the game as we get into this, because the next couple tracks in this are focused on this game. What you heard at the start of here, intro 1 plus fanfare 1, this is 2 audio pieces from that game, just back to back. Intro 1 is at the start of whenever you open one of the like mini games in Yoot.SWF, it has a logo screen where it's like cursive for the word smile being written out, and then there's like a smiley face that shows up, and then it boots into the actual game. There are several points in Yoot.SWF where that's shown, and it changes each time. What you heard here is the original version of that. Yeah. And then fanfare 1 is the fanfare that plays at the beginning whenever you start the actual first minigame, which is considered level 1 of Yoot.SWF, which I will talk about in a moment. But I might as well use this as a point to play the next track, track 2, music 1. Well, this is fanfare 1, but it's gonna go into music 1. As always, I haven't heard this project in full in quite a while. I specifically avoided it for this episode. I did refresh my memory on some details because I wanted to, you know, be sure I had commentary for certain things, but I've always really liked the sound of raw bass. Raw shitty square wave bass. I should use it more often. It's got a very strange sound to it. Okay. So yeah, that was track 2. So music 1 is the song that plays in level 1 of Yoot.SWF. Level 1 is it's a top-down game where you know how like The Legend of Zelda has like dungeons that you walk through, and it's a top-down view, and you like walk through rooms. It's set up like that. It's not like you're fighting monsters or anything. it's just you're going around and you're collecting coins and going through weird like shaped rooms. There's also race cars, which the only enemies are race cars, and they drift around and they crash into you and try to kill you. Yeah, there's no, I don't know why I picked race cars. I was just sort of like, what if I went like quirky indie game route of enemies of just like it being some random shit. So I went with a race car. But yeah, yeah, so quirky Earthbound that inspired you. It is actually just straight up that. I was like, I want to do some like Undertale shit with the enemy choice. But yeah, so it's literally just you go around, walking around trying to find all the coins, dodging race cars, and yeah, and you play as Yoot, the yellow smiley face who just walks around, and you have no attack or anything. You just walk around. And this song plays. And yeah, and every time that you start the game, it plays the fanfare, which is awkward because if you keep dying, then it plays the entire fanfare in full before you can actually start, you know, the run, I guess. But it's not that hard of a level, so that's good at least. Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's anything much to really mention about it. I don't really think so. I'll mention some more things about Yoot.SWF real quick. First of all, yeah, so Yoot, the name Yoot, at the time, which this was, I forgot to mention, this was for my freshman year school project in computer science. Which, oh god, when was that? Because I graduated in 2022, so it was 2019. Yeah, 2019. It was 2019. Around that time, I just learned about this thing called Evil Auto, which I think it's Berserk. There's an arcade game called Berserk, and it has a yellow face, known as Evil Auto. And he's just a little face. He's the evil guy. That's what he is. Evil Auto is literally just a little buddy in some arcade game, but also he does sort of have like creepypasta presence because there was an actual real life case where someone was playing Berserk for such a long time that they went to like they had like a medical emergency, and people sort of associate that with Evil Auto, like, oh, it's Evil Otto's fault. It was him all along. So the idea of like having an allusion to that kind of thing with my game just immediately came to mind. I've always liked smiley faces. They're just so dumb. And so I was like, I don't know as well. Yeah. And yeah. And oh yeah, so the point, the one little funny thing of connection here. If you take, so Auto is spelled O-T-T-O. If you swap the letters, you get T-O-O-T, T-O-O-T, which is toot. Which was going to be Yoot's name at one point, but then I was like, I'm not naming my smiley face evil guy after farting. That sounds like a bad idea. And so I was like, well, okay, what else is important to mention about Yoot, about this creature? Oh, Yoot is the color yellow. Okay, what letter does yellow start with? Oh, I know, Y. So then I changed the first letter to a Y, and now his name is Yoot. And we all love him. Yeah. Yeah, so that's that. And after completing, after finding all the coins in that first game, which I'm trying to think, actually, I don't really remember what the first level is called, if I'm being honest. I remember what the second level is called. I don't think, I'm guessing no one here happens to know off the top of their head either, because all the levels are treated as different games and they have title screens. I don't remember what the is it Yoot Dungeon? Like it's because it's supposed to be a dungeon crawler game and it has like the castle. I think it was something like that. It's some generic name like that. Yeah, but anyways, yeah. So after completing the game by getting all the coins, something happens, and then the game closes out and other stuff happens, which brings us to the next track of track 3, Rorschach, Test 1 plus Intro 2. Spooky dungeon game, yeah, that's what it was called. Thank you for reminding me. I really need to fucking replicate this style with future projects. Yeah, several people in chat are saying that this track is really good, and I always really like this one. Oh, I just remembered something. So yeah, that's track 3. One of my favorites on this project, honestly. Very simple, but it is a little interlude. But it's I think it turned out really well, honestly. Yeah, so first of all, let's talk about the main part of the track, because this is one of those plus tracks, which you know, there's multiple tracks on tiikSummer22, which I like combine 2 things into one just for the sake of not having as many tracks, because it felt weird. And I like having little off-related segments in the middle of tracks, you know. Anyways, point is, as for the main thing that you're hearing here, the like body of this track is Rorschach Test 1. Which, so in between all of the mini games, the actual like mini games, the levels of Yoot.SWF, you have segments where the game closes and then you can't open Yoot.SWF, as in the game within the game, because again, it's like a desktop environment. You can't open up Yoot, and instead you can only open up a program just simply titled test, which is a blue question mark. And when you click it, it gives you some weird like questionnaire thing, which I just want to state off the bat. I know I literally just mentioned Undertale a bit ago. This was before Deltarune. I just wanted to throw that out there, because I just now made that connection, which is really funny. Wasn't Deltarune 2018? Was it? I don't know. I feel like it was... Huh. Oh, wait, actually, you know what? I think you are right. I think the thing is that I graduated freshman year 2019, and I was in freshman year in 2018 as well, because it goes across the... I think that's what it is. I think, because Yoot.SWF was one of my first projects of freshman year, so I think that's what it is, but that's really funny. Okay, anyways, yeah, so there's like a mysterious questionnaire thing. And in Rorschach, what it is that, because at the time, I made all of these. I made all of the textures in the game using this online app called Piskel, spelled Piskel. Yoot's original version was made in Piskel. I don't remember if the Project Bluerooms version is. I'm pretty sure it isn't, but Yoot's original Yoot.SWF sprites were made in that, as well as all the other sprites in the game. And one thing that I discovered is that Piskel allows you to do mirror painting, where instead of just, painting with a brush, you have a brush and then there's another brush on the other side, and it moves in synchronous with your mouse, which I've always loved that kind of thing. I don't know how many people are gonna know what I'm talking about, but when I was younger, I was obsessed with this program called Tux Paint, because it was on all of the school Macs. It was on all the school Macs. And it was one of the few fun things that you could mess with on the computers, and it inadvertently taught me how to, use software and the painting programs that I would eventually use Paint.net for and stuff. And Tux Paint comes to mind because Tux Paint had a lot of tools like that. There were mirror brushes and shit. There was an emboss magic tool. I literally went down the list in the magic tab, just going into each tool and just using it because there's so many fucking ones. And apparently, if you didn't know this, for the few of you that remember Tux Paint and you're like geeking out, Tux Paint is still in development. They're still making updates for it. I'm not even kidding. Look it up right now. It's actually fucking insane. They're so real for that. They're also the official Tux Paint Twitter account is one of those accounts that they like search their own name to like look at the stuff that people have sent. And so it's really funny because I made a tweet once. It's gone now because I deleted my Twitter account, but or my old one, I should say. I made a tweet admitting that I had a dream when I was younger that there was an evil version of Tux Paint that it was an evil version of Tux Paint, and it was evil because the mascot was sentient and they would judge your art. So anytime you close the app, then Tux would look at your art, and if he didn't like it, the Tux Penguin, if he didn't like it, you would hear audio of children booing. There was nothing that really happened. There was like an implication that maybe something bad would happen on like a metaphysical level, but it was just, you got booed. That was my nightmare, was it's magical. This isn't even remotely related to what I'm fucking talking about. I got so off track, but it's whatever. Tux Paint. The actual Tux Paint Twitter account now knows that is the case because they've retweeted that and they responded and they were like, oh no, laughing emoji. Anyways. Yeah, so I've always been obsessed with like little weird like painting tools like that, and naturally when I found out that Piskel has a mirror paint function, I was like, holy shit, and I started making like random little pictures, and in the process I ended up accidentally making these weird ass shapes, and I was like, these kind of look like Rorschach tests in a weird way, like the ink blot tests where it's like you're given a white piece of paper with like random like black symmetrical shapes and you're told like, what do you see in this, and the therapist, psychiatrist, whoever like sort of reads deeply into what you say and to see like where your mind is at, kind of thing. I actually don't know how effective that stuff is. I haven't even looked into if that's like a real thing or if it's like a movie thing. Like, is that a real thing, or is that like a zoom in enhance like type of like bullshit? Like I don't know, but yeah, the ink blot tests, and so that led me to like make an ominous Rorschach test in the middle of my game. So the first test that happens after beating level 1 and getting kicked out, you open it up and it shows you these weird shapes, and you get very strange answers that you have to pick between. It starts with like stuff where it's like you have a weird thing that kind of looks like it has two trunks, and so it's like I wrote like elephant as one of the answers. I don't remember what the other answer was. And you get to choose between them. It's multiple choice. But then it becomes like the more you get into it, the more abstract the shapes become, and then the more like weird the answers become, like gluttony and shit like that, you know. And then of course, and naturally the last page, it's just a smiley face, and then all the answers are like get out and shit like that. Yeah. Oh, the other one was butterfly. You're right. Yeah, butterfly and elephant was the, I think, first Rorschach test one. Yeah. Yeah. So okay. One thing worth mentioning about this track. So Rorschach doesn't sound like this in the game. And that's part of the reason why it's so good on tiikSummer22 is that I specifically changed it for this release. So there's some things I want to point out here. So Rorschach, the test tracks, I should say, the multiple choice test tracks, it's basically just a very simple, really short song, with multiple variations, with each one like devolving or evolving from the previous one. And so that explains why the song structure is like this. And specifically there's 5 parts. Do, do, do. That's the first one. This is the second one. And then it gets like weird harmony for the third one. I don't remember. I think the difference between the third and fourth one is subtle. I think I might have pointed out the fourth one. But point is, there's 4 segments that show up in game that are in Rorschach. The 5th one is weird though, because the 5th one, since it's the scary one, there's no actual music. It's just a high-pitched tone. It's just a so there's no actual music there. And so, for the sake of this album, I chopped up the song and made a 5th part that way, which is why you hear the it's why the thing gets so weird there, because I like chopped it up and literally took notes and did that. You'll also hear a bunch of background stuff, like the chords and stuff. That also isn't in game. That was added. It's notable that excuse me. It's notable that the high-pitched tone is actually in the song. Specifically the that's it. It's just very changed. I added a an envelope to it so that it fades in, and I added reverb and stuff. Yeah, the high-pitched notes. That's just the high tone, but very changed to sound pleasant in the context of this. I don't remember if all the background noises are that. But yeah, and I think I put that together in Audacity. Or no, I think it might have been Reaper, because at this point, I mastered all my albums with Reaper, which was my DAW of choice at the time. And I opened up the projects for tiikSummer22 as a whole, the master, and it turns out quite a lot of these changes were made directly in the master, which tends to be the case with me, honestly. It's pretty rare that I do little changes like this, and so I just, I do them in the master project, because why not? And so because of which Rorschach, technically, it went from being the raw version, just one piece after another, to sounding like this, which is funny to think about. Which is not how a master typically goes, but final thing worth mentioning, you might have heard me you know how earlier I went, holy shit, I just remembered something? I forgot I did this, and I'm so glad I did, because I like got chills. So, you know how I said that the fifth part was just a high-pitched tone, and then so I had to reconstruct it for the purpose of this album? Well, I'm... If you were here last episode, you might recognize this. It's a little bit harder to tell when you get further into it because the rhythm becomes more normal. This is actually a callback to ASCII art. ASCII art is in 15.8. And so I made this last part in 15.8, and also the notes they're playing, they're the same as the outro for ASCII art, or not the outro, fuck, the bridge, the and then you have the that fucking thing. This is a callback to that. The main chord pitches of that are playing here. I'm really good at singing. Yeah. Fun fact, you would think that my range would be there. It's not. My range is more around there. Obviously, I'm not trying to be on pitch at all, but it's really high for some reason. It's like over here. This is my singing voice, technically. I don't know why. It's really cool. Yeah. It's magical. So yeah. Yeah, so last part of Rorschach I turned into a callback to ASCII art to sort of pull things together, which is very common for me because I'm annoying. And then the final thing worth mentioning, because that was the final thing about Rorschach, we also have intro 2 here, which is literally just a variation of intro 1. It's lower. I think technically intro 2 is the actual original. If I remember correctly, I took intro 2 and I made it higher pitched using Audacity to make intro 1, which is kind of funny to think about, but you know, it's the same exact thing, it's just a different pitch. Where is it? Because that's intro 2, and then we have intro 1. Yeah. So, yeah. That's why intro 2 is less bit crushed. I forgot that's a thing that I did. Yeah, that is probably why. I did very subtle differences to bit crushing and stuff as well. In fact, so subtle, I was looking at one of the tracks, I think it was Woohoo or something, and I literally couldn't tell what I was doing. Like, I opened it up, I could see all of the parts, and it made no sense why I did that. Don't fucking know. And I can't even point it out because it's at such an arbitrary point that it must have been something really fucking specific. Like, the audio was, like, clipping or some shit and I had to fix it. Because it was like I put a limiter on one part of Woohoo and it was in one part that I just don't even... It's weird. I'm good at music sometimes. It's really magical. Anyways, yeah, so that's track 3. I don't think I have anything more to say about that. Next track, track 4, Scribble. Drums, they come back. Oh. that was Scribble. Another one that I actually like from this album. Okay, I guess technically, I pretty much like all the songs on this album. It's just we'll get to that. This is one that I think about a lot, I guess is a better way to put it. Scribble is the track for level 2 of Yoot.SWF, which is a side-scroller platformer level, which I was running low on time, and therefore it just kind of ends very abruptly before it, like, it goes much of anywhere. But yes, it is a thing that happens. There's a side-scroller, and it's called Yoot Mountain. Yoot Mountain. It's a magical game. And it's a game where you're Yoot. You walk around in a side-scroller. You jump on purple bastards. I think they're purple. I'm trying to remember. Or they're red ones. I think there are red ones that you can't stomp on and purple ones you can stomp on or something like that. I don't fully remember. But yeah, it was a side-scroller game. And you just walk to the end of the level to the right off screen. And yeah, there's honestly not much to say about it as a level. It is worth mentioning that this song was made by me quite literally just going, oh, wait, it's time to make a song. What if I literally just... Holy shit. Just clicking all over the screen. Which sounds like it would be awful. But here's the thing. We haven't actually talked about, like, at all the tools used for this project, which I think probably ties into a... Yes, it ties into a message. Hold on. Yeah, okay. So, Veriser has a comment about this, well, that's related to this. Veriser was wondering, was there any specific inspiration between the very consistent sound choices and melodies and shit? So, I haven't talked about this, like, at all yet, and I'm surprised. I just keep forgetting. tiikSummer22 is most notable due to the fact that this is essentially my currently only straight-up beatbox album. Beatbox is a... it's a online music creator tool. If you have ever heard Zone440, Zone440 uses mods of Beatbox to make their stuff. Yeah, there's a lot of mods, a lot of branches off of Beatbox, but Beatbox is the original. And I discovered Beatbox. I think I've heard of it beforehand, but I discovered Beatbox due to Yoot.SWF actually, because part of the requirement of Yoot.SWF was made for my computer science intro to computer science high school project, where we used this game creation program called Stencil, which is a block coding thing similar to Scratch. It has some other differences. I think it had like a node-based thing, but I don't remember using it. Stencil is a thing that exists. I don't really know what to say about it. And Yoot.SWF was made in it, which I don't remember if I mentioned this. It's a Flash game. That's what SWF stands for. That's the file extension for that. Yeah, and I don't think Stencil exists anymore officially. In fact, I don't remember if it did while we were doing the project, but we were using it anyways, because sometimes, you know, you have old software that's still usable. But yeah, and so the requirement was to make a game in Stencil. I think you had to make it specifically 2 or more levels, or something like that. There were some requirements with the game itself, and like to show that you actually knew how to code and stuff, and how to design games and such. And you also had to make all the textures, and you had to make all the sounds, and all the music. And it's important that you do textures, sounds, and music. You had to do all 3 of those. You can't just have music. You had to do all those. And yeah, and you could do them all yourself, or you could have the help of a friend in the class, or not in the class, just you know. And yeah, I did pretty much everything myself. As mentioned, well, not all of it, but most of it myself. And I think all of the textures were made by me and Piskel. I don't remember anyone else doing anything. And then, yeah, and there were several things mentioned in the project, like details of like, here's some tools that you could use to make music if you've never made music before. Beatbox was one of those, and I opened it up and I immediately was like, this is pretty cool. I think I might have touched a beatbox beforehand once, but like not at all. Like I just heard about it in like, I'm sure it was like a Vsauce dong video or some shit where it's like, look at this thing that you can do online, like that kind of thing. But I never bothered using it. And then I used it in this project, and I immediately fell in love with it. A big reason why I fell in love with Beatbox is that Beatbox is incredibly beginner friendly. Not in terms of like if you're someone who's used to a digital audio workstation, you're gonna have issues with Beatbox, probably. There is a little bit of a learning curve to it. It does some things differently here and there. I don't think it's difficult. It's just one of those things where it's like you have to rethink how you do things a little bit. Because like, for example, if you want a pattern that's more than one measure, you can't do that technically in Beatbox. You can only have each pattern be one measure long. So you could have to have either multiple patterns that you have to deal with that happen back to back, or you can change the time signature to something like 8/4, which means that you have two measures of 4/4 in one thing. And the thing about that is that Beatbox is very aware of this from a design standpoint. In fact, 8/4 is actually the default in Beatbox, for those that haven't noticed. It's not 4/4, it's 8/4, because it's just 4/4 but twice, and that makes more sense with how Beatbox is set up. Another thing that makes sense with how Beatbox is set up is that, considering that it's supposed to be very beginner friendly to the point where anyone who hasn't made music before could pick it up and immediately start making music, it is by default set to pentatonic major scale, which is such a good idea. Because it... Hold on. Excuse me. Because for those that aren't aware, quite a lot of music falls under a scale. Part of the reason why like people who want to get into music have trouble is that when they try to put notes together, they just don't sound right. And they're like, what is going on? And they just don't understand. That was how I was when I was younger. When I was younger, I tried to go the Clone Hero route of, oh, if the notes look like a cool pattern, then they must sound nice, right? No, they do not half the time. And one thing that really helps get over that is the fact that scales really get around that, and because scales are specifically notes that work well together. One example is the major scale, which is 7 notes long, and there's 7 notes. Let me see. I don't know. Is this going to be audible? Hold on. Let's see. I think that's audible. Can you hear that? Oh, wait. Actually, I need to make sure that you can hear it on Discord. That's important. Noise suppression off. Okay. You should be able to hear what I'm doing when I do this. Can you hear that? Yes? Okay, cool. All right. So, the major scale is made up of 7 notes. Do, re, mi, fa, sol, la, ti, do. And I just played the C major scale. So major starting from C. But you can start anywhere. Let me see if I could do this off the top of my brain. Whole, half. No, wait, fuck. Whole, half. Whoa, I've done something magical. Whole, half. Whole, whole half. So I think it's... whatever. I put myself on the spot. Who could have imagined? Anyways, point is, you could take any note and then apply, just get the notes of a major scale by going from that note, going up a whole step and including that one, another whole step, a half step, whole step, whole step, whole step, half step, or something like that. Did I do that right? I did do that right, yes. I did mix a Lydian, did I? Hopefully I didn't. Yeah, so yeah, which I should mention, whole step means 2 semitones, as in 2, like, going from C to D, and considering the fact that there is a C sharp or D flat between. And then a half step is just a semitone, so C to C sharp, for example. Oh, when I was playing, okay, yeah. Yeah. So where am I going with this? Oh, yes. So the point I'm getting at here is that the major scale it heavily simplifies things, you know? But there is 2 notes in particular that cause an issue. F and B. F and B in C major. The 4th and 7th scale degrees. So if you have a major scale and you go 1, 2, 3, 4, that one's going to cause issues. 5, 6, and 7, that's going to cause issues. 4 and 7 are very good notes, but they're too good. They're so good that they fuck up everything, is basically how I would describe it. They're considered the evil notes. They're not evil, they're just misunderstood. They're beautiful. As you can guess, from a beginner's standpoint, these notes are very difficult to deal with, because they just don't work together. If I take the shape of, like, because there's 2 different scale notes in between these 2. Like, if I, hold on. I'm playing 1 note of the scale, and then skipping 2 notes, and then going to the next one. If I just do that with a different note in the scale, you'll notice it actually sounds good. It sounds good with all of them except for B and F, which is why they're an issue. And because that interval is known as the perfect 4th, all these intervals that I just played are called the perfect 4th. They're called the perfect 4th because there's 4 notes involved with it. You have 2 that you're playing on the outside, and then you have 2 between 4. That's basically how I could describe that. But the reason why the perfect 4th is considered perfect is because it's good. I don't know. It's math. It's math, and it makes it sound nice. But the problem with perfect intervals is that you have a couple here and there that are going to cause issues. In the case of major scale, you have the augmented 4th, because a perfect 4th is 5. Is like you go from the root note and you move up 5 semitones and you play that. But an augmented 4th is 6 semitones, which is a little bit much. And one way that you could describe why this sounds bad is because if you move up 1 semitone more, you end up with a perfect 5th, which it just so happens there's a diminished 5th, which is actually just an augmented 4th again. Where I'm going with this is that 6 semitones is known as a tritone. It causes issues because it's very dissonant, and it is essentially sitting right between being 2 different but contrasting sounds that work very well. It's right between being a perfect 4th and right between being a perfect 5th, to the point where the math just doesn't entirely make sense, I guess is the way you could put it. Because simple math equals simple harmony, generally speaking. Yeah. So, where the fuck was I going with this? Oh yeah, exactly. So the point I'm going with this, that was a lot of music theory. I did not mean to go that far, but sure. Hopefully you guys found that interesting. The point I'm getting at here is that what happens if you take the major scale and you just remove those two problematic notes? Well, you get pentatonic major, which is literally just the same thing, but you can essentially play anything and it will sound nice because you don't have that dissonance. Of course, the problem with that is that you don't have that dissonance, and dissonance is actually a good thing in many cases, but yeah, it's just, from a beginner standpoint, it is more trouble than it's worth. And so one thing that really struck me was that even though I had tried to make music in other programs beforehand, beatbox just clicked because I didn't even need to understand beatbox itself. Beatbox, it was set up in a way where it just assumed that I was basically a beginner with music and gave me the easiest possible scale to work with. It doesn't even call it pentatonic major in beatbox itself. It calls it easy smiley face, with easy sad face being pentatonic minor. Yeah. it's magical. They just, yeah, I love how beatbox is set up, genuinely. And of course, if you use mods that like take beatbox into something more in depth, a lot of those choices are reverted. Like the default becomes free, where you just have all the notes and and all the scales are actually named properly. That makes sense because it's taking it in a more professional approach. But I really like how beatbox is specifically set up to be easy to learn and fuck around with. And that's why Scribble is possible, because with the way that that it's automatically set to pentatonic major, and I didn't bother changing it, you could literally just click random notes and it would sound nice. The main melody from Scribble is a Scribble, musically speaking. I just clicked random things and I tweaked it a bit. And same thing goes for all the other parts in this, actually. One thing I do want to point out really quickly, a funny thing about beatbox, because, okay, I don't remember if I actually answered this question, but I was meaning to bring all this up. Oh yeah, okay, I was kind of answering it, but because part of the reason I bring this up is because Verisur was asking about the consistent sound choices, and beatbox is because of that. Beatbox at the time was very limited, and still is to an extent, but there's a lot more like actual like normal instruments as well in beatbox. But for the most part, beatbox was just straight up a chiptune creator at the time, which is part of the reason why all the sounds were so simple. And also, I was a beginner, so I didn't know how to do melodies super complicatedly. So I took the very basic EDM approach of take a pattern, repeat it over and over, play a different pattern under it, repeat that over and over, and then focus on the song structure and have them all come in and out, basically. And one funny limitation, and this is why this came to mind, one funny limitation with beatbox is that for a long time, you couldn't actually play chords because they took the fact that chords weren't a thing in chiptune very seriously. Because old like video game consoles, they didn't know how to play multiple notes at the same time because there's actually a lot of math involved with that. So instead you only were able to play one note at a time for each instrument. And beatbox, the way it's set up is that if you play a chord, or if you set up a chord, it will instead arpeggiate it, which means playing the notes in a row really quickly. So instead of getting, like, let's say, this C major chord, triad, instead of getting that, you get... C, E, G, C, E, G, C, E, G. I'm not good at playing arpeggios, but, you know. I'm not good at playing arpeggios, but yeah. And basically, I just wanted to mention that real quick because it's funny, and it is very relevant with this song, because there's some points where there's very quick notes. I didn't set it up that way. That's just how chords were at the time. Eventually, they did make the ability to actually play real chords. Beatbox has a thing called, an effect, they call it, called chord type, which lets you choose how chords are played, where you get either arpeggios, an actual chord where multiple notes play at the same time, or even a strum like a guitar where it plays all of them at the same time, but they're slightly offset with each other, so it's like you're strumming each note after each other and stuff like that. Yeah, final thing worth mentioning about this, and then I need to take a bathroom break real quick. The final thing I want to mention about this, where is it? That fucking thing. So I got silly working on this track, because the main pieces of this track were literally just me scribbling and tweaking the notes very slightly so that the moments that didn't sound particularly great but were definitely had the DNA of becoming great, you know, were more normal. Mainly the rhythms, you know, because there's a lot of very weird, just disjointed rhythms that happen when you scribble. But yeah, I did that. And then when I was like turning those basic ideas into an actual full song, I got bored and I just started I just took the pattern and I duplicated it. And then I just put a bunch of notes on it and turned it all into like a bunch of shitty ass chords that just rise over time. Like I just put an entire diagonal line through the entire pattern. Which is what caused that to happen. Playing this would be fucking impossible. I refuse to believe that anyone is able to play this, especially considering arpeggios are being played here, because, again, they're fucking chords. You can't do chords with this at the time, so it plays them as arpeggios. It's really cursed. And in fact, actually, for the video listeners, I might as well just bring up, as proof of how fucked up this is, what Scribble looks like. Or video listeners, I just realized. I am smart. I am smart. It's crazy how smart I am. Why is that the Jumbox version? I want the beatbox version. Okay, cool. Okay, I also accidentally closed tiikSummer. Okay. Yeah, for those of you on video, you can see the pattern right here. You can see the main blue pattern, the main yellow pattern, which is the second track, the main orange pattern. Or actually, I should solo. This is yellow. Very simple. This is orange. And then finally we have, or not finally, we also have the the noise channel. I can't fucking speak. And then we have green, which is the fourth pitch channel, which you hear that in the actual song directly. You know, those are all the normal ones. There is one final one, which is the purple channel, but that's not scribbled, it's just the... It's just the chord tones, to, you know, add on to everything. But I bring this up to show you this really cool, thing here. That already is hard to play. That's the complex version of the blue melody I just played, which, again, the blue melody is this. And then complex. Imagine playing that and then also having your buddy play the yellow melody. And then imagine having another buddy play the orange melody. And then also imagine having a buddy play the noise channel. Which is physically impossible, by the way. I refuse to believe that you can find a way to play that. But, yeah, it's funny. It's magical. Okay. I will be right back. Okay, I'm back. Yeah, so that's Scribble. A lot more music theory discussion than I was expecting was going to happen. I apologize. It will happen again. But, you know. Okay. But that's all I have to say about Scribble. Second level of Yoot, which has nothing to say about it in itself, but quite a lot in terms of the, you know, music background of Scribble. I'm trying to think. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about that. Okay. Next track. Track 5. Test 2 plus Death. It's such a song. Otherworldly is in 3 tracks after this. All right, and so that's that track. As you can guess from the title, Test 2 is in the same boat as Rorschach, where it isn't an actual level for Yoot.SWF, but it is one of the multiple choice test thingies. And in this case, I don't remember exactly what Test 2 was, honestly. It was more lore-esque of, like, the game asking you about yourself, I think. And all the images are just smiles getting bigger and bigger and more scary. But yeah, I don't really have much to say about Test 2 itself. Test 2 is in the same boat as Rorschach, where it had multiple setups. Or what? It had multiple variations of a very small song, which I just put after each other for the sake of this album. But Test 2 is a lot simpler and a lot more boring. And I didn't really do much to it for the album either. As you can tell, I did effects and stuff to it to make it feel more like an actual full-on track while still an interlude. And also you know, give it a transition into the thing included at the end of this, which is the death sound, the death theme in Yoot.SWF. Anytime you die, that plays. Yeah. Where was I going with this? Yeah, so the death theme, the test. Oh, yeah, okay. Yeah, I remember where I was going with this. Another thing worth mentioning about this track is that, so I didn't really talk about what happens at the end of level 1 and level 2. At the end of level 1, Yoot gets a big smile, and he gets evil. Or wait, is that? Yeah, that he does. Yeah, he gets a big smile. He smiles at the camera, and then the game closes. And that's like a running bit, is smiling. And there's only one ending for level 1. But a cool little thing that happened with level 2 is that I discovered a weird, I don't really want to say bug, it's just like a weird quirk with how you can end the level. Because level 2, again, it's the side scroller. The side scroller, you just have to go off the right side of the screen to win. the thing is, the way that I had it set up is that it's not, because I don't think Stencil can actually detect if you go off screen. Instead, what you do is that you just put an object off the screen that detects the player. And so I put a wall to the right of the seam of when the scrolling ends. And then when Yoot passes that, then it triggers the ending, which the I'm trying to remember what the end sound is. Oh, yeah, because doesn't Yoot do... Yeah, okay. Yeah, because when you touch the wall, I believe, if I remember correctly, Yoot does a creepy face again, and it has a... Ah! It has, like, the siren-ass noise that plays, and then it awkwardly, like, sits on that for a moment, and then the game closes again. Now, the quirk about this is that I discovered a bug. It is a bug. I'm just now realizing it was definitely a bug. I discovered a bug where if it was possible to jump over the end wall, which meant that you would be able to continue walking to the right and then just get stuck. In fact, I don't think there was a floor, so I think you just always got stuck or something like that. Yeah, so that was a problem, and I had to fix that. And instead of actually fixing it properly, what I did was I figured out some other way to detect, like, I think there was a way to detect if they fell below the screen, but not to the right or something weird like that. So I detected it if you fell below. So because of which, if you perform that glitch, it will work. The glitch will work, but you won't get soft locked. The game actually does continue properly. It just does a secret, glitchy sound, which is this. It just does like a weird bendy note, and then the game closes. So there's an alternate ending to level 2, is my point. So similarly to how the tiikSummer22 version of Rorschach includes the one tone sound effect, Test 2 tiikSummer22 edition includes both of those sounds, if you listen closely. Hold on. You heard it for a moment. That was the alternate ending one, and then immediately following that, you can hear the Those were added in to the tiikSummer22 version. They come up periodically, and I think the outro of this is also just an edit of the siren sound. Yeah. There's nothing else to mention about this. That is that. So this brings us into the next track, which is not the last track of this album, but is the end of something. This is Intro 3 plus the end. God, Galaga. Oop. Okay, so that was that track. So intro 3, which is the start of this track. The start of this track, intro 3, it's an edit of the intro audio, which I did in Audacity. It's the final variation of intro, playing before the climax of Yoot.SWF, where you open what you believe to be is a third level, but instead it isn't a game at all. It's just an image of smiley faces and an ominous message, and that's how it ends. Fun fact, the actual SWF version of, like, the exported file for Yoot.SWF, it crashes when you try to get to the end screen, which is amazing. I was very happy about that. But the stencil file exists and you can play it. It's just annoying because I can't figure out how to render from stencil at this point because I technically don't own it, so... But I can play it through the project file, so, and it works, but it's magic. Yeah, and the ominous message is like, it's like a newspaper article, like, text saying, like, some house burned down, and so there's an implication that maybe the game is haunted by some kid that died in a house fire that was doing game development and died in the house fire and died. So basically Kindle lore is where I'm going with this. Yeah. So, I'm trying to think. Yeah, so, okay. So, that's what the intro thing is. The end, which is the last thing, that fucking weird noisy thing. That's what plays at the end of the game. Because specifically what happens is that when you try to open the third game, it has like this image of smiley faces. It has the instructions, which is actually just the text of the newspaper article. And then the game immediately closes and it boots you to the desktop. You click on Yoot.SWF and then the texture of the icon changes to the angry, evil Yoot. So, like, he got out of the game. And when that happens, you hear the end, which is actually titled, Cindy is Evil, technically speaking. Cindy spelled S-I-N-D-Y. So, which is a pun, because I mentioned earlier how almost everything for Yoot.SWF was made by me. The main exception is TheEnd, actually. I did not make TheEnd. TheEnd was made by a friend of mine named Cindy, spelled C-I-N-D-Y, who is mentioned in the credits of Yoot.SWF, if you've seen that. She did the audio, she did the end thing. I'm trying to remember if she did anything else. She was a playtester for the game while I was working on it. Yeah. I do want to throw out there as well, fun fact. I don't want to take it off, actually. So Cindy was very normal about Yoot.SWF when I was working on it. She genuinely really liked it. So as a little thing, I had a birthday. Can you believe it? I had a birthday. I had a birthday party once. That only 2 people showed up to, which gives you an idea of how awesome my friends were. But one of those 2 friends was Cindy. Cindy showed up and she wanted to get me money for my present, because she didn't really know what to get me, and she thought that, money's more important than, like, it's better to get a helpful present, but her parents didn't approve of that. So she had to get me a present, and she got me socks. she got me socks from the just like the generic store. It's awesome. I actually think I still have those socks to this day, and I've still been wearing them. There's a very real chance that I am wearing the socks that Cindy bought me. I don't think these ones, actually, but yeah, just fun fact of the day. And another thing that came with that was that she gave me a card where she was jokingly insulting me and also mentioning that Yoot.SWF is a cool project and she liked it. And with it, Yoot is now real. Yoot is real, and he's coming for you. He's coming for you. There's a little bit of crud on him. Let me see if it's not coming off. He has a nose now. That's magical. I don't know what that even is, honestly. But yeah, there he is. He's scary. Are you scared of him? Yeah. So yeah, Cindy's great. Haven't talked to her in a very long time. We are not in contact anymore, unfortunately. Not for any like serious reason or anything. It's just she was because my computer science class was mixed grades, and she was graduating the year that I was in the computer science class, which was freshman year. So, you know, or actually she might have been junior year at the time. I don't remember. Point is, she graduated before me. So, yeah. And I don't think we really exchanged contact info too much. So that's unfortunate, but I hope she's doing well. She's a very cool person. Yeah, so TheEnd is just straight up that. I have tried previously to recreate TheEnd. I don't remember if I've done it properly, because I just wanted to see if I could get it remade in Beatbox. But yeah. And then final thing worth mentioning is that between Intro 3 and TheEnd, there is a third thing, which isn't listed in the title. It's officially titled as Smile. It actually is not in the game at all. It's just made up for the sake of tiikSummer22 because it felt a little weird having it go from Intro 3 immediately into TheEnd. I felt like it made more sense to have something ominous in between it to signify the screen in the game of the image of the smiles with the newspaper article. And so I just took I believe it's Music 1, but very distorted, and to turn it into like a ambient thing, or a noise thing, I should say. Yeah, it's Music 1, yeah. I wrote notes. I write notes for these, can you believe it? But yeah, so yeah, that's all I have to say about that. Oh, actually, one more thing worth saying about that. You should probably assume this by now. This is the last track on the album about Yoot.SWF directly. It's not the last time we're going to talk about it, but it is. This signifies the end of that game, which is why it's called TheEnd, even though it's not the last track. Because the funny thing about tiikSummer22 is, so I alluded to this earlier. tiikSummer22 is mostly made up of stuff that I made for school projects, all released as one big compilation, because I was like, I have all the stuff that I made previously. I might as well make it available now, especially because I'm getting into actually releasing stuff of mine. And so the idea of like just being like, fuck it, I'm just going to release it all at the same time was a cool idea to me, and I did that. And I'm glad I did that. However, at the same time, it makes tiikSummer22 a very disjointed listen, because these first 6 tracks are very much clearly about Yoot.SWF, and then you have several other sections that are about unrelated things, but tangentially related due to the fact that they are projects made by me. Because of which, funny thing, I can't help but wonder what this project would look like if I was an Autechre listener before at this time, because Autechre has several projects that come to mind where they are big projects. They're multiple hours long, but can be parsed as multiple parts. For example, one of my favorite albums of all time, absolutely, it's my favorite Autechre album at the current moment, is Choristus, which is the Cool Blue album. I actually have it on vinyl. I don't know if it's clear. You can't tell on there. There is a bright blue spine. That is Choristus. Choristus is the weird album of Autechre's catalog due to the fact that Autechre is well known for being quite long with their tracks. They aren't you know, they like to let things sit and slowly unravel over time, and that's really cool, and I love that. However, Chorus, this is really short in terms of tracks, because they felt different, I guess, and they decided to jam, and they were very quick with jamming, and they were very much this idea, then this idea, and just, they didn't bother waiting around too much, and they just had fun with it. It's really cool. And because of that, a lot of people don't really like it. Thankfully, people are starting to warm up to it now, especially because Autechre's, as of right now, like, current project, AE Live 2022 dash, or AE 22, AE 2022 dash, I should say. They dropped the live part of it, technically. That stuff is definitely, it feels like a sort of modern equivalent to the sort of fun sound design-ish nature that began with stuff like Chorus. But also, it feels like it has a lot of the energy back to albums like Untilted, which were made entirely differently from Chorus and that, but is much more unstylistically energetic, and is also my favorite album. And so, because of which, my two favorite Autechre albums are the ones that are, like, consistently hated on, which is really funny. I am not a fan of Oversteps, though, directly, so at least I have that going for me. Oversteps is nice, but it's just, I don't have anything to say about it. Oh, is that coming through on mic? That's me just clicking my pen. I apologize for that. I'll stop doing that. Yeah, so reason I brought up Chorus is because one funny thing about Chorus is that in addition to all the, like, short, like, all the tracks on the actual album are short, but they released a lot of projects and alternate versions of the stuff on Chorus, to the point where one of the things is Chorus versions, which is a bonus disc for Chorus that was initially a very rare CD, like double CD version that included an alternate CD with longer versions of some tracks, and then some tracks were just not included at all, and it was like an alternate universe version of Chorus. And then later on they released Quad Range, which is, I believe, 2 hours. It is a 2-hour EP. It's 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 13 tracks long. The Autechre is very normal about their concept of what an EP is. And it's all alternate versions of Chorus. And interestingly, alternate versions of stuff that feel less like an alteration of Chorus itself and more like an alternate version of versions, which is weird to think about. But point I'm getting at here, Quad Range, the whole reason why Quad Range the way it is because it was actually 4 separate EPs that were released separately, each with 4 tracks except for the last one, which was one really long track, and then they just made it available as one big compilation, but they refer to it as an EP because it's technically a supplemental to Chorus. And that's not the only project they have that's like that. There are so many more. LSEC and NTS Sessions are both technically considered albums, but they're more like multiple albums because LSEC is LSEC 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, which are all like full albums, but they're one big piece. And then you have NTS Sessions, which is 4 different albums, and then those go together. Yeah, Tech Dog is directly influenced by Autechre, absolutely. Oh god, what's the other one? Oh yeah, even XI, which XI is like one album, but they've mentioned that, like, oh, you can split it apart as 4 12 inches, which means that sort of is like a revisit to the kind of thing that they did on Quad Range, funnily enough, but in a different context. Anyways, this is all to say, if I ever do a physical release of tiikSummer22, I am going to take it into the Autechre direction, because trying to decipher what this album is without the context is really fucking weird. Because it just kind of has like 5 endings. And that's because this isn't actually supposed to be taken as one big album. It's just multiple EPs in the phrase of one album. And at the time that I was making this, I didn't realize that that's what that was because I just haven't seen anyone do that before. Nowadays, now that I'm a huge fan of people like Autechre, it's so obvious that I should have just gone that way. So, yeah. But, yeah, so this is all to say, we've made it to the end of the first section of the album. There are, I don't know how many sections there are. We'll see. But yeah, we've made it to the first section, or through the first section. Yeah, we're going into the next one. So with that, let's go into track 7. What? Spelled W-U-T. I always do that. W-U-T. T. T is the letter of the alphabet, not 2. The amount of times I do that is so fucking annoying. I did that earlier this recording. Whatever. What? I forgot how long this part goes for. Okay, so that was what. Yeah, so this is the first this is the first track in the first half of this album, which is not from Yoot.SWF, though this was going to be in the game. I initially wanted there to be 3 actual levels, and then you have the ending, in addition to the test segments. But I just didn't have enough time. So I ended up just, I didn't have a 3rd level. But this was going to be the 3rd level, this song. I think, there's also a possibility that I was, like, thinking that this song wouldn't work in the context of the game, but I sincerely doubt it. considering how I was at the time. But yeah, and this track is particularly important to me due to the fact that this is actually the first ever beatbox song I ever made, and finished, I should say. I don't know, technically there might be a song that I worked on before this, but this is the first one that I finished. And yeah, it's very obvious that that's the case because, I mean, listen to it. There's not a lot going on in it, and it's kind of boring, but you know, it has some good stuff in it, and it definitely has some stuff going for it. But yeah, it's just this is a Loosey B-side from Yoot.SWF, basically. Okay, yeah. So now we're going to go into track 8, Otherworldly. Now we're gonna change how this works a little bit. For Otherworldly is a long track, and there's a lot going on in it. So I'm actually gonna go section by section. Yeah, and I'll talk about why that is in a moment. But for now, let me play the start of Otherworldly. Specifically, I'll play the intro and the first chorus. Okay, so that's not the end of the track. I'm just pausing for now because we're going section by section. So, Otherworldly. So let me start off by saying what this track actually is. So Otherworldly is so we fully exited Yoot.SWF at this point. Otherworldly is just a separate thing. This was after I made, after I discovered how cool beatbox is when I was first making Yoot. I had the idea of, you know, making music because I've always wanted to make music, but I wasn't good at it in previous programs and stuff. So Otherworldly was one of my actual just attempts at a song outside of a project. However, it does still link to a project, just not a school one. Because, as you can guess, I was obsessed with stuff like Clone Hero at the time. It's almost as if I was talking about Clone Hero last episode quite a lot. And in particular, I was and still am obsessed with the Solus series, which we also talked about last episode. But yeah, Exile Lord has created a total of 5, 6, depending on how you count it, installments of the Solus series, which is songs specifically made with the intention of being difficult when played in Guitar Hero or Clone Hero or whatever. They make use of weird tech and stuff, and just generally having interesting patterns. And although in the beginning it tended to be what people refer to as a bleep bloop, where it just literally Solus got its name from the fact that the original Solus was just Exile being like, I wanted a hard song, so I made a hard song, and I didn't bother making it sound good. It was a soulless song. There was no soul made with the song itself. It was just me making gameplay, basically. Which is why Solus 1 is in the whole tone scale for a lot of it, by the way. Fun fact if you didn't know that. But yeah, so Solus 1 was just straight up a bleep bloop, which is a derogatory term for that sort of thing, of like, just not an actual song, just an excuse to put a chart into Guitar Hero, basically. And then as time went on, Exile Lord got good at actually making music, and as such, the Solus series has grown to become some genuinely good songs, just out of the context of Clone Hero, even. Uh, yeah, and yeah, I was really obsessed with Solus, especially at the time, because this is around the time that Solus 5 dropped, I believe. Because I distinctly remember literally sitting out in the hallway, in the school, because at the school, you, when you get let out to lunch, you run over to the cafeteria, get your food, and then you can do whatever you want. You're able to go off campus because you're a high schooler. So you can go off campus and eat there. You can go eat somewhere else, you know? You don't have to get the cafeteria food, obviously. And you could literally just sit in the hallways waiting for class to start, which is what I did. And I was sitting out in the hallway outside, I think, of the computer science room, actually, looking on my phone at the video of Asai playing Solus 5 for the first time. And that was my first ever experience of Solus 5. And I knew about Solus before then, but it was really cool. It's really cool seeing something like that drop in real time. But yeah, so I was in the boat of, like, what if I made a Solus kind of thing, where I have a long song, each section is meant to be, like, sort of gimmicky with the way that it's set up, and it's, like, pattern-based, I guess. Yeah. And I started working on a chart, a Guitar Hero chart, or a Clone Hero chart, I guess I should say, technically. A Clone Hero chart of Otherworldly, and I gave up very quickly. And I'll talk about when I did that. Yeah. Yeah. So, so we just heard the intro and chorus for the song. There's really not much to say about it. It's just, it's the intro and chorus. Though I do want to point out, Guitar Hero doesn't have bending notes. You have to, figure out a way to chart bending notes, because there's no actual notes that you have to bend in Guitar Hero. Why I decided to make the chorus of the song that is supposed to be charted in Clone Hero focused on bending notes, I have no fucking clue. It's actually baffling. My guess is that I accidentally discovered bending notes around this time. Because bending notes in Beatbox is literally just you lay out a MIDI note, and then you grab the center of the note, and then you pull it down, and then it starts bending. It's incredibly easy. It's so easy that you can do it on accident once, and then go, how the fuck did I do that? And just accidentally fall into a tutorial of how bending notes work. And it is so fucking good sounding. It's so good. Why does nothing do bending notes that way? I can't stress this enough. Please, for the love of God, people, like, take notes and steal, like, like that tech, please. It is so nice. I hate having to do automation for bending. I love just being able to just write it in the pattern. It's so fucking good. Stuff like that is why, if you're familiar with Negative I from Broken Miniphone Season 1, stuff like that only can exist because I was like, hey, what if I made a square root shaped note as a bit? And the only reason why I was like, oh, I should do that is because it's fucking easy. If it wasn't easy, I wouldn't have bothered doing it or even had the idea of doing it. Because why bother? Especially because you can't even really see it in other stuff. Like, you can see the automation, but it's not obvious that it's an actual shape. You know what I mean? Anyways, point is, point is, I think I discovered bending notes around this time, and that just caused me to take this direction with Otherworldly, which is really weird in hindsight, but hey, whatever. Yeah, so with that, let's get into the actual first, like, verse of Otherworldly. This next section is called Launchpad. Hold on. I'm glad you mentioned that, because I straight up forgot that's the case, but yes. I'll mention that in a moment. Okay, so, Otherworldly, what the hell am I doing? Launchpad, the section from, or actually, wait, hold on. Before I start talking about that, I think I should probably play Chorus 2 first, because, Chorus 2 is just basically a more full version of the main chorus, so I'm gonna play that first. I cooked so fucking hard with the Otherworldly chorus, I gotta be real. I don't know how that's, like, one of the first things I've ever made in beatbox with bending. It just sounds so good, honestly. Yeah, anyways, okay. I have nothing to really say about the full version of the chorus. It's just, you know, it's more bending. It's way more fun with the bends. There's a lot of notes in... Excuse me. There's a lot of notes in the Chorus 2 exclusive stuff that takes up almost the entire measure and is just bending to many different notes, so it feels like multiple notes. And yeah, this is just me really fucking around with bending notes. Okay, anyways, but going back to Launchpad, the do. So I straight up forgot about this until Kirby inadvertently reminded me. Yes, so Launchpad is based off of Test 2 as played earlier. It starts from the same base but ends up in a different position. They're perpendicular to each other. The thing that is worth mentioning about Launchpad. So first of all, why is it called Launchpad? Because that's kind of a weird name, right? So you know how earlier I was mentioning that I went the very basic EDM approach of making song structure where it's like, just take something and then loop it over and over again, and then have a different thing under it that's looping over and over again, and you just focus on song structure. Part of the reason I was like that was because there was an app on my phone called Launchpad, which was a virtual recreation of a Launchpad device, which is it's like a grid of pads, and you click them, and then you can have them like play samples. You can have them be drum one-shots so that you can play it like a drum set, just in a different shape. However, you can also have stuff loop, and then you can turn loops on and off that way and make song structure that way. The Launchpad app was focused on that kind of thing. And so I have actually made a project. I have a project on that I have released called Techno Music, because I thought it was techno, though I don't know how accurate that actually is. I have an album called Techno Music, which is a very long noodle of me messing with my Launchpad app, which I was very normal about at the time. And yeah, in the process of getting like interested in that kind of thing, I don't know. It's cheesy. It's super cheesy. But I do like approaching song creation from that standpoint. And so the whole deal with this section, Launchpad, is that it's a reference to that. It's just straight up, you know, because Test 2 is already very Launchpad-esque with the song structure of just having one thing and then having another thing come in that's doing, like, a variation or whatever. This section is just straight up me, like, calling back to that kind of thing. And, yeah. It is worth mentioning, one funny thing about this part, and a couple other parts later on, this part is this part sounds different on tiikSummer22 because I actually made two separate versions of Otherworldly. I made what I referred to as Otherworldly, and then I made Otherworldly's new version called the Redux. And then I ended up deciding to refer to the old version as Otherworldly Origins. And then at one point I was like, no, actually, I'm just going to rename Origins to Otherworldly Beta and then the actual one to Otherworldly. And then I've decided now that I'm not even doing that because the old version is just better. I'm not even kidding. There's some moments in Otherworldly that it makes sense why I fixed them. But so you know how a lot of my previous tracks so far have had like a lot of stuff going on below the main melody? Well, here's the thing. The problem with taking the Launchpad approach from a rhythm game standpoint is that it's incredibly boring to play, because what ends up happening is that the main melody is just the same thing over and over again, played over and over again. So in order to chart it in an interesting way, you don't have one main melody, you rather just keep swapping what you're focusing on, you know? And it just it's very annoying. And yeah, I've lost my train of thought at this point. Also, real quick, yeah, I forgot to mention the version of Otherworldly on this album, to be clear, is the Redux version. This is the newer, worse sounding version. And one thing that happens in this version, oh yeah, okay, where I was going with this. So because I knew that I wanted to chart this in Clone Hero, I attempted to make the song in a way that it would be doable to chart from my standpoint at the time, which meant I was like, I should remove a lot of background elements and stuff like that, because I don't want it to be distracting, I guess. And also I was bad at the time of like hearing melodies. I don't know how to put it. I just oversimplified the track, and to some extent it makes sense. To other points, it's just not a good idea. And yeah. And this was a section in particular that kind of got stripped back heavily. And quite weirdly, I also felt like that in the process of stripping this back, it sounded boring because it was more obvious how repetitive it was because it's the Launchpad part. So my solution was to ignore the fact that it was the Launchpad part and make one of the melodies just have a B part, which is against my point, because my whole idea was like, oh, we have all these different instruments which are playing one pattern that come in or leave, not with no variations. So why I did that is just strange. But yeah, anyways, that's Launchpad. Okay, going back in, we're going to the section known as Glass Castles. There we go. Okay. So yeah, that was Glass Castles followed by Chorus 3. So Glass Castles got its name from how it looks in the editor. Because Glass Castles, the whole deal with it is that it has a lot of bending notes that go up and form a sort of castle-esque shape. I wasn't honestly too sure how this would play in the context of Clone Hero, but it was one of those things where it's like, it's a cool looking pattern. I'm searching glass castles because I'm so smart. Otherworldly. Sure we could do this one. Open. There we go. Okay. There's some magic happening here because this is technically a newer version, but ignore that. That's not it. Where are we? Nope. It's 5. Okay, here we go. So this is the glass castles part, which looks normal at first. Or wait. Is this glass castle? Yeah. Oh, never mind. Okay, this is not the part. Ignore that, sorry. This is the part that I'm referring to. Which, this is normal, and then it does that. It's really magic. Why does it say that I'm, like, selecting something? What is that? Oh, never mind. Okay. Anyways, yeah, so it has these bending notes that kind of look like a castle, and so I named it Glass Castles. You'll notice that when looking at a lot of these melodies, I did intentionally have in mind that there's only 5 colors on... What the hell? There's only 5 frets on a standard Guitar Hero controller. And so if you, like, actually count out how many notes are being used here, you have 1 on the bottom, 2, 3, 4, and then 5. Sometimes 6, because... open notes also exist where you don't fret and you just strum. But yeah, yeah. And sometimes I just go outside of it as well, but I tried to generally keep it in mind when I was making some patterns as a limitation. Yeah. I also want to mention, Kirby was asking, has the beta of Otherworldly been released? Kinda, sorta. So, Otherworldly, as mentioned, the actual tiikSummer22 version is the Redux. But if you go to, like, archive.org and you check out the project, it includes a bunch of bonus files and stuff, including, I keep forgetting to mention this, Yoot.SWF is available to actually play. It's on my itch.io as well. In fact, that is up on itch.io, as well as ACCOM PANI, which we'll be talking about later, and Project Bluerooms, which we talked about earlier and we'll talk about later as well. Yeah, there's some bonus files on tiikSummer22's archive.org page, among other places, and it actually includes the original version of Otherworldly as well. Yeah, so that's possible. However, I will say, Otherworldly is... how do I put this? I'll just say that there is a reason why there's a new version of Otherworldly that it just opened as a project file. And that's a very recent change. In fact, there's a possibility that after I upload this episode that you might want to check the option 1 channel again, because there is some other Otherworldly related thing that I might upload. But yeah, I will be right back, just real quick. Lala, I'm back. Okay. Yeah, so, what was I saying? Yeah, so we're on Glass Castles. I don't think I had anything more to say about that one. And, yeah. Oh, I forgot my water. God damn it. Hold on. No, you didn't. It's been here the whole time. It's been here the whole time. It's been here. So, anyways, I have nothing more to say about Glass Castles. But... So, we're just gonna move on to the next part. This next part is called dblDbl, specifically stylized with the second D capitalized, like double. Yeah. Double! Excuse me. And this is chorus 4. I'll just play this as well. I like how I added the little thing as a reference to dblDbl. Okay, so, yeah, so dblDbl, first of all, I mentioned this while I was playing, but, chorus 4, just happens to have, like, a split second that has, the technique that I'm about to talk about, with dblDbl, and so, as in relation to that, I ended up taking the chorus and slightly alter it in this moment, so that it continues that bit longer, so that it's like a nod to that reality. Anyways, so about dblDbl. So dblDbl is just straight up solo strumming, which solo strumming is a technique which got popular. It's very well known for being in Solus, due to how often it's in that. But it is also prevalent in other places. I believe it shows up in Through the Fire and Flames a couple times, technically. But solo strumming is the idea of having two notes of the same fret immediately after each other, and then having another pair of notes of the same color on a different fret immediately after. And Guitar Hero has this thing called hammer-ons and pull-offs, where, because Guitar Hero, the way that you're supposed to play it is that it's like an actual guitar. It's not just, if you've seen something like FNF or DDR or whatever, it's not a situation where you just tap the colors, usually. There are situations where that's the case, like if you play with a PlayStation controller, as in like a DualShock, it is like that, but most of the time, if you see someone with a guitar controller, the way that they play is that they start by holding down the color that they're going to hit, like the note as it's coming up, and then they strum with a strum bar at the time that the note passes over the player's hit bar spot. And there's a lot of interesting tech with that, because that's how a guitar is played, and so it's set up that way. And most notes are known as strums, where they are, in Clone Hero, they typically look like they're just a colored note with like a small black circle, but then a, like, I don't know how to put it. It's just a colored note. like, you know when you see it, it's the default Guitar Hero note. And those are the ones that you are supposed to hold down the colors and then strum. However, those are not the only ones. There's also tap notes, which tend to look either, they look either like sort of transparent or reflective, or they look like they have a black dot in the center of it, depending on what engine, or like if you're using a mod that adds them or what. Yeah, what Kirby just sent in chat for the video watchers, that's a normal Guitar Hero note. Tap notes are ones where you just have to fret, and you don't have to worry about strumming. And then what Kirby just sent just now, the one that has a big white dot, that is known as a hammer-on and pull-off, which is a basically combination of both. Which it should be noted, tap notes were added as an ease of access feature, or like a accessibility feature, I guess, because there's certain patterns that are so difficult that it like makes sense to make it easier in some way. Because tap notes are basically just easier versions of hammer-ons and pull-offs. Because what hammer-ons and pull-offs are is that it's where you just hit the fret. You just fret, and then it automatically hits it, and you don't have to strum. Except there's an asterisk there, because hammer-ons and pull-offs are a real thing that happen with guitar. I don't want to get into all the explanation of how, but basically, when you strum the strings of a guitar, they start vibrating and they cause sound to play. And the thing is that they're always ringing out, you know? and slowly over time they start to gradually fade out and then become still, which means no sound. But it's not like they are moving for a moment and then suddenly stop. You have to specifically stop the strings, you know? And so one interesting thing about guitar is that you can fret one note, and then you can press the string in the middle of it, and what ends up happening is that the string that's already vibrating now acts as though it's a different length, because it goes up to wherever you're fretting now, and in the process, it ends up becoming a higher pitched note. That kind of thing. It's very interesting. And that's what that's what the idea of a hammer-on is. A pull-off is the opposite, where you pull off the high note and it becomes lower. Because the string is longer. Longer string equals lower pitch. Shorter string equals higher pitch. That's the general idea. And Guitar Hero brings hammer-ons and pull-offs into the game, where you just fret it, and then it will automatically hit it, unless you didn't hit the previous note, in which case you have to strum it again, because you screwed up, and you have to re-strum it. And this is where tap notes come in, because tap notes aren't really a thing in real guitar. I mean, it is. It's I don't know how to put it. Like, it is a thing. It's just the notes themselves aren't. Like, tapping is like a tech, not really a I don't know how to put it. There's a lot of asterisks and stuff. It's like a different. It's easy to mix up the two. I don't know how to put it. But point is, tapping is just basically a way, generally speaking, of the game to make hopos easier for situations where the pattern is so difficult that the idea of missing one note and then having to restrum is so fucking annoying. And so instead, it makes more sense to just have it that you deal with the frets. And if you miss any of the frets, then oh well, you just continue and you can just keep fretting and it's fine. Anyways, where am I going with this? Oh yeah, so the soloist strumming, the idea of soloist strumming is that you start with a strum note on one color, it follows it up, it starts with a hopo on one color, and then it ends up with a strum, and then you have a different color, which is a hopo in the strum. So what ends up happening is that you have two notes per color, and you only strum one of those notes for each color. But you have to specifically fret it in a way where you swap to the next color slightly earlier than usual. It's difficult to explain without getting into like all the tech and stuff, but when you see it, you can understand how it works, is the thing. And just look up literally any soloist song and you will see it show up at least once. Like, it is just it's the motif of the soloist series, basically. And dblDbl from Otherworldly is a direct nod to that. It is just straight up a section with soloist strumming. And yeah, there's really not much to say about it. It's just soloist strumming. Okay. Next part is technically two parts, but we're gonna look at snapping / box select, and chorus 5 as well. Okay, I'm actually going to pause here and not going to play the chorus right now, but, snapping / box select. So, okay, how do I explain this? So, Solus 5 has a section called Caged, where, It is probably the most iconic section of Solus 5 because at the time it was insane as a concept, and pretty much everyone was like, how the fuck are you even supposed to do this? And it's also just the easiest to like clickbait, basically. It's like the face of Solus 5 in many ways. But it's this thing where you hold down green and orange, you have sustains that you have to hold down those, and then you have very fast triplets in the middle that you have to hit. And then it keeps like moving around the triplets sometimes. But basically the idea is that you have 2 sustains on either side of the triplets, which is a very weird thought because, I mean, look at my hands, you can tell that's hard to do. I mean, you have to hold down either side and then you only have like 2... Like, if you have your index on green and your pinky on orange, you only have 2 fingers to do the triplets, which is weird to think about. So you have to, like, think of, like, how could you do this from a text standpoint, that kind of thing. And part of it is that, honestly, you don't even have to hold sustains. That's not required for a full combo. It is required for score, but, you know... and, you know, yeah, thumb technically is also a thing that you could do. There's a lot of stuff. But the point is that caged is the idea of what if you had a triplet surrounded with sustains, which led me to the idea of what if you had a sustain surrounded by triplets, or not triplets, trills. Trills is where you have just one note and then another note, and it keeps swapping back and forth. And that's it. Which is very easy to play on Guitar Hero, because you just, or on guitar even. It's easy to play on guitar because you just hold down the lower note and then you tap the higher note, and it keeps like going up and down basically. So the whole deal with snapping is that I have some sustains, and then you have around it the you have that. So it would be like if you held down yellow, and then you are expected to tap red and blue, and then it swaps to like you hold down red, and you're expected to tap green and yellow, that kind of thing. Which is really, or technically, with the way I have it set up, it would be you hold down red and you hit yellow and blue, because I had it like it only was to 3 notes for some reason, whatever. But point is, it's not that crazy of a concept, but it's like, you know, it's another like direct relation to Solus, and you know, an admittance of my interest in that. And yeah. And then I got carried away while making it, because most of these sections I wanted to have one specific gimmick, and then it just moves on and goes to the chorus and then goes to the next thing. And this one I got distracted, because the reason why this part is called snapping is because it actually, so if you listen to it closely, you'll notice it's a little weird rhythmically. Wait, where is it? Listen to these sustains. It's very subtle, but those notes are not the same length. I'll play it again. Because the song was set to 16th notes, and I believe the first note is like very, very slightly, like it is like a 16th note longer or something. I hope I'm remembering this right. It would be really funny if it turns out that no, actually they are the same length. Let's see. Maybe they are the same length. Let's see. Because this is quarter 3. 2 quarters 3. Okay, I think no. Yeah, it is. Wait, no. This one is different. Yeah, because the first note is 2 quarters and 3/8, or yeah, this is 2 quarters and 3/16, 2 quarters and 3/16 again, and then 2 quarters and a half. So the last note is literally 1/16 shorter. It's extremely subtle. It's more obvious when the ARP comes in because you could hear what the tempo is. But yeah, and this isn't odd meter, really. I mean, you could interpret it as odd meter, I bet, if you tried hard enough, but it wasn't made with that intention. This is just standard by beatbox standards, 8/4, which is just 4/4, but 2 of them. It's just, it does weird decisions with the rhythm because I tried to have an ascending triplet of and I tried to have that stretched across the entire measure, but I didn't really know that you could do triplets for some reason, so it ended up being slightly off like that, hence why it's called snapping, because it was snaps to 16ths. And then the trills are kind of highlighting that weirdness with the rhythm by you know, being directly 16ths, and in the process it becomes obvious that or not obvious, but when you're playing it starts to become obvious that the last note is 1/16 shorter than all the other ones. And it's thankfully, like, you know, again, it's 4/4, so it's easy to just internalize it without realizing it, but it still could trip you up technically. Especially because the syncopation of the times that the chord notes start is very strange. But yeah, that's the general idea. And then I got distracted even more. Because I have the long notes being ascending triplets, because I like the idea of, like, because again, caged is you have 2 sustains around very fast ascending triplets. So I was like, what if I have very slow ascending triplets, which become the sustains, and then you have fast trills around it, or next to it, or whatever. It's just straight up a reversed version of caged. And then I sort of alluded to that more by removing the trills, taking the ascending triple, and then just having it slowly get faster and faster in a way that, again, is very weird rhythmically wise, but is snapped to 16ths for most of it, until I think it actually does move into triplets eventually. And then I got distracted and did this. So here's the thing. Around this time, I was trying to actually get into playing Guitar Hero, and one thing that I learned about was how to hit triplets, or specifically ascending triplets, I should say, which... let's say you have ascending triplets on yellow, blue, and orange. What you could do is hold down the yellow, anchor it, because that's the lowest note. So what that means is that, it, like, anytime you strum you know, I'm strumming a yellow right now by holding down yellow and hitting the strum bar. If I then, while I'm doing this, hit blue, then now the string would be shorter by guitar standards, and so it becomes higher and you're hitting blue. So one sort of interesting tech thing with guitars is that you can hold down the lowest note and easily swap between a higher note, basically. So in order to hit triplets, you can hold down the lowest of the triplet and then use one of your other fingers of that hand to hit the middle note when you're supposed to, and then with your other hand, assuming that this is like a hopo or a tap, you can just straight up hit the first note, the highest one. And then so what you would do is that you hit the highest note, immediately after that use your other hand to tap the middle note. You're already holding the low note, so if you're just remembering to pull off properly, you're going to hit it, and then you just keep doing that. So this is a triplet. If you're on the video, you saw that. And so one thing that came to mind is, because I'm very bad at Guitar Hero, I was like, what if I could make myself a section that sort of trained me how to read Guitar Hero charts a bit better through the use of triplets. And so this leads into the idea into box select, where I literally just took like the pattern of triplets and then I moved them around as if it was like an image that I was box selecting and then shifting around parts. Because you'll see that it starts off by taking a triplet and then like changing the rhythm in a weird way. And then as it goes on, it gets more complicated, sometimes shifting down and up. Just taking a triplet and then slowly changing it over time in a way that it might, like, you know, like, it sort of teaches sight reading through the act of learning triplets, I guess you could say. Something like that. And is it a good idea to learn it that way? I don't fucking know. It was just, I thought it would be funny, or fun in concept as a section to have, like, what if we have this section that could be played entirely as triplets, even though they aren't triplets? I'm just, yeah, that's what that is. Okay. And we go into chorus 5 in transition. Where is it? There we go. Which I'll just mention now. We're going into the solo, kind of. I got distracted while making the solo. Transition. So that's chorus 5 in the transition. Transition is the first, like, genuinely difficult part of this, if it were a chart, basically, because of how fast it is, I think. But yeah, because of the very fast triplets. When I say triplets, I don't mean as in triplet notes rhythm-wise. I mean as in 3 notes played in a row. Like ascending triplets, descending triplets is what I mean. Yeah, so at this point, I was like, okay, we should go into the solo, which, in the same way that Solus has, like, okay, again, Solus 5 in particular has a bad habit of being very chorus, verse, chorus, verse, chorus, verse, in terms of song structure, and then it leads into the solo, which is like its own thing. All this, or I guess I shouldn't say all, a bunch of the Solus tracks do that sort of thing to some extent. Solus 5 in particular just has a bad habit of being very much in that boat at one point, where it's kind of annoying, admittedly. And one bad thing about Otherworldly is that I was very infatuated with that song structure, and so because of which, you have this very repetitive chorus part, which thankfully the chorus sounds good, which I'm glad about. If it was annoying, then it would be much of an issue, but, you know. But so point is, we're getting into the point where the chorus is no longer a thing that's going to keep playing, and instead we are going into the solo, which is just a bunch of like verse-like sections back to back that are much harder and kind of meant to be the last challenge of the song if this were played. Now, I was going to do a solo, which is like a sort of meta commentary kind of thing, because earlier we had Launchpad, which was a callback to Test 2. So I was like, I should have a callback section in the solo. And I got very distracted and made a solo for basically every tiikSummer22 track so far, which is just such a strange decision. And because of which I ended up deciding to refer to it as its own big part, which is the memories. So that brings us into short-term memory. Which is Otherworldly's intro. Try to spot what you can hear. This is musical memory, which is music 1. This is confused memory. Which is what? This is jittered memory, which is Scribble. This is okay. I need to pause for this one. Well, I'll pause after. But this one is overshadowed in childlike memories. Coming up. Okay, so most of that part was the overshadowed memory part. However, it has one specific point in the middle, which wasn't worth splitting off into its own part for the sake of a chart. But it is referencing a different thing, and it's referred to as the childlike memory, which is just kind of thrown in the middle of it. Which one is confusing? Okay, yeah, so overshadowed melody, you have not heard yet, but that is Symmetry, which is the bonus track on this project, and we'll talk about that more later, and I might as well mention now because I'm probably going to forget about it later. The reason why that one's called overshadowed memory is because there's a part in Symmetry where, there is a backing melody, which is, I think, in some ways better sounding than the main melody is. And that's the focus of this part. So it's the overshadowed memory. Yeah. I feel like I don't have to mention what the other memory titles are because it makes sense for the most part. I mean, what becomes confused, Scribble becomes jittered because, I mean, just listen to it. Music 1 becomes musical. Who could have imagined such a thing? One thing I will mention, the short-term memory part, which is the Otherworldly intro. Funny thing about that, that's pretty much the only part that could be argued is considerably worse in the not Redux version of this track. Because so funny thing, for a while, I don't remember if this is still the case in Beatbox itself. In Beatbox, at the time, when you make a new project file, it sets all of the patterns to 1 by default, which are, they start empty, but when you draw stuff, then it has stuff, you know? Now, the thing with that is that there's a song setting which lets you pick how long the song is, and in the process, it will all become 1s when it makes new measures. And so when I was working on Otherworldly, I kept having the actual song being made on the left, and then immediately after it, it would have all just 1s, like a wall of 1s, which weren't supposed to be part of the song. And I didn't realize that you could do 0 as a pattern, which just means nothing. And I also didn't realize that you can select multiple patterns and select them all as 0. So they were just sitting there while I was working on the song. And because of which, quite a lot of the time when I would work on the song, it would transition directly into every single pattern one playing at the same time, which sounds kind of interesting. So I was like, okay, I'll just canonize it in the song. That would be kind of funny. And that's what short-term memory actually was. I like that idea a lot, to be clear. I think that's really cool. The thing is that it's just a little weird for a clone hero chart. And also, it's very loud. It was not mixed very well. In fact, there's also, in transition, at the end of transition, right here. That part right there, the da-da-da-da, and actually this as well. That part you just heard, for the sake of the album, is at 50% volume. It is very loud, because there is several, and I mean several, instruments playing those melodies at the same time. And consider the fact that this is a chiptune piece. All the instruments are the default beatbox, like square wave type shit. Yeah, it gets loud really quickly. And so those are like the main, that's like the main situation where I was like, I should do a redux of the song, and I did that. And in the process, I did some more changes that I just don't think were necessary, mainly in Launchpad. Yeah. Okay, getting back to where we were. Okay, so I'll mention real quick, that one, which is the childlike, like, memory thing, that is a unfinished song called Slide. It is not on tiikSummer22, but it's a song. It certainly exists. I think that might have been the actual first song that I made using bending notes, because it's literally just sustains with a lot of bends to make melodies out of. Hence why it's called Slide, because it's sliding notes. Who could have imagined? And yeah, that's referenced here momentarily. This is Elevated Memory and Hindsight A. And then we have the B section. I don't think it's necessary to have those broken up, honestly, but that's the last memory part. More unused music. I don't even remember what this song is called. I don't remember what that one's called, honestly. It's an unfinished song of mine. Another very old beatbox track that does not make it onto this album. Oh, God, what is it called? It's not Woohoo. Oh, it's Wee! That's what it is. That's why I thought it was Woohoo. It's Wee! That's why it's called that. Because it's like it's going all over the place. It's jumping off into the distance. And then, also, in addition to Wee, there's the ba 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 ba. That is a song. That's a song called Space Good, I think, if I remember correctly. That's what it's called. Space in parentheses good, which is really funny because I made a newer version of Space Good, And I came back to it later and realized that it sounds like shit, which means that the good is not even true. But it's really cool. I had to add a question mark to the word good in later on. But yeah, space was what happened when Beatbox added more presets for instruments, and I discovered them, and so there were more interesting non-chiptune sounding stuff. I mean, they were still chiptuney, but it wasn't like raw chiptune, you know? It was like more like it's like a jump from NES to SNES kind of thing. Or even NES to N64, I would even say. Yeah, so more unused music. And then we have a transition into the actual solo. So I think I'm just gonna play it through the solo because it's short. So, very hit or miss solo. So, the solo is broken up into a couple sections. We have tripping solo, which is... the first one. Now, the unfortunate thing about this part is that you would think, like, oh... that's the part, right? No, that's not what's supposed to be charted. It's actually the bass, for some fucking reason. I don't fucking know. I was really smart. It's crazy. The bass was the part that was meant to be charted because I had that in mind, and I added the trills for decoration for the song itself, and didn't consider the fact that that's more solo-like than the actual solo. Fittingly, that also immediately goes into the harmonic anti-solo, is what it's actually called. Which is just that little moment. Which it's referred to as anti-solo because there's multiple instruments present, and that immediately follows up with melodic anti-solo. Which is one of the most baffling ideas I've ever had. You might be like, okay, what's the deal with this? So, melodic anti-solo is a section where you have 5 instruments, each playing only one specific note. And so they all come together to make one coherent melody, is what's happening. Which is a cool concept, and that's cool. My original idea for the chart of this was that there would be a co-op chart where you really did, each person would only play one note of the pattern, which makes no sense because no other part is like this. And that's not even remotely, like, I don't think you can even do 5 charts in Clone here. I might be wrong about that. I don't know. It's just, that's definitely not an idea I'm ever doing, but it's really funny to think about. So, you know, melodic anti-solo, and then this goes into the Fallen solo. Which is my attempt to add an enlightened solo kind of thing, which is a solo from Solus, which is my personal favorite solo, that thankfully is also a running bit in the series. Which the whole thing with that is basically by having either a green or orange wall, and then having like descending or ascending notes next to it, and so it's like it's a pattern. I don't know how to explain it. It's a very interesting pattern. Funnily enough, the Wii thing, as mentioned earlier, is actually very similar to how Enlightened Solo is set up. In terms of just the general shape, but it is different. Yeah, this is me trying to make a solo that kind of evoked that kind of feeling. And so because of which I did basically the same kind of thing as like having little repetitive streaks of ascending or descending notes, but I tried to make it sound a bit more like heavy, I guess you could say, like genty. I didn't know what gent was at the time, but like I tried to focus more on the rhythm and sort of have it like it keeps going to this low note in contrast with the higher notes, I guess, which I think is pretty cool. Yeah. I'm not sure how it would play, if it any good, but I feel like I did make this part specifically 5 notes, so it would be easier to chart, but... And then we have Crossing Solo, which is my ripoff of Murderous, if it was absolute dog shit. Murderous is a section from Solus that's an X. So you go from hitting green and orange at the same time to red and blue at the same time to yellow, and then you do the same thing in reverse, and you keep going back and forth, and it makes this big ass X pattern, and you have to hit that. And it's a really cool it's a running bit solo that's usually the last solo of the Solus installments. And I think it's in all of them, actually. It might... Is it in 3? I haven't seen 3's chart in a very long time, honestly. 3 is a banger, by the way. Especially the lyrical version. And I say that genuinely. Yeah, so... I was like, okay, so Murderous is X's. What if I made sustains that, like, cross... Like, it's like a cross, but it's not. Like, we have a sustain that's long, and it keeps going back and forth, and then we have other sustains next to it that go faster, at, like, double the speed, so you have, like, asynchronous X pattern thing going on. Like a lopsided X, and Crossing Solo. I don't know how that would play, but that's certainly what I tried to do there. I think it was maybe also... inspired a little bit by Cathedrals from Solus 5, I think it's called. The part in Solus 5 with the sustains, they're like weird lengths, but it's actually super easy to play because you just hold down like one note and then you hit around it, something like that. But yeah. And then you go to the outro. It's such an outro. Don't you feel glad you've made it to the end? And then that last moment, that's a smiley face in the chart. As a little the goodbye message. Yeah, so that's Otherworldly. Fucking long, holy shit. The amount of explaining I had to do for that one, I apologize. But that was gonna happen. This was worth the 5 cents I put into the machine that plays the song Otherworldly from tiikSummer22. So true. Yeah, I'm very mixed about this track. It's very fun to talk about and very interesting conceptually. There's so many issues with it. It pisses me off how long it is in context with all the other tracks on tiikSummer22. And there's just a lot of sections that I don't think hit very well. But there's an attempt. It certainly exists. I'm glad that other people seem to enjoy it more than me, I guess is the point. Yeah, so Otherworldly, that's what that is. I will be right back, and then we will continue. I don't think I have anything more to say about Otherworldly. Hopefully not. Yeah, let me close that. Okay. Yeah, so here, I'll actually start playing it while I'm gone, because I've heard this one several times at this point. This is track. We're going into track 9, Music 2. Okay, so, all right, so first of all, I realized I did actually have one more thing to say about Otherworldly, which I forgot to mention. Otherworldly, since it was made in Beatbox, which has a song length limit of, I want to say, like 64 measures, or maybe it's 128 or something. It has a measure limit, which is actually shorter than the length of Otherworldly, and because of which I had to actually make Otherworldly in separate project files. In the middle of the memory that references we, it ends up actually stopping, and a different file ends up playing, which I stitched together using Audacity, which is funny. In fact, actually, if you listen closely during that part, you can hear the mixing changes, because I changed the mixing in the second half of the song and didn't realize that it was different in the first half. So if you listen real close, you can hear the seam. It's really magical. But anyways, that's all I have to say about that. Talk about Music 2. I mean, there's not much to say about it. It's just, I revisited Music 1 for fun after a while of not touching Beatbox. Because I wasn't proud of Otherworldly very much. That was like the last track that I made in Beatbox for a while. Yeah, I just kind of was like, okay, I'm like, a lot of the songs I'm making are fine. Like, they're better than what I was making beforehand, but it's like, I just kind of got into art block. And so I didn't touch Beatbox for a while. And then, I ended up just randomly, like, after a little bit of time of being away from it, I touched Beatbox again, and I got Music 1's project file, and I VIP'd it up. I changed it a little bit and made it into something else. I don't know what to say about it. I messed with the rhythms and stuff. You heard it. There's not much to say about it. It wasn't made for a specific project. It wasn't intended to be on Yoot.SWF, though I do consider Music 2 to be a B part to Music 1 at this point. Like, if you listen to Music 1 and then immediately follow it up with Music 2, that's one big piece, basically. It's just they were made at separate times, and they were separated for the purpose of this album. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, so that's music 2. So at this point, we have made it to the halfway mark of this album. We have 7 tracks left, which there's 16 tracks on this album, I should mention, including the bonus track. I think, is it? No, it's not. It's actually not including the bonus track. Yeah, we're at the halfway point now, so stuff is going to change drastically, as you're going to see. This track is Woohoo. Okay, so that's Woohoo. I like Blooping's comment here. It sounds like a song from a game where you only ever hear the first 10 seconds, but there's an entire song you just don't hear for whatever reason. It's so real. Yeah. So okay. So Woohoo. So I mentioned that Music 2 was made after a while of not touching beatbox. Music 2 was kind of random off to the side. I still didn't get into beatbox for a while, I don't think. But Woohoo, on the other hand, this was after a very long time of this art block still going, and I eventually was just like, fuck it, and I just like made a song without worrying about what it was. And it ended up being this, and it turned out quite good. I think I feel like this is my first Jumpbox song, which Jumpbox is the mod for beatbox. Like, pretty much, or not all, but a vast majority of mods of beatbox are based on Jumpbox, because Jumpbox just takes beatbox and makes it more professional and adds a lot of crucial features and stuff. And so most mods are based on that specifically. Oh my god, you're here. Oh no. Elliot, yeah. Put that back up real quick. I was gonna do a bit where I was going to pretend that was you. I was gonna be like, wow, it's tree branch, and then just pretend that you turned into a capybara and never address it.
Wow.
Yeah. Hello. La la. I'm still talking about tiikSummer22. I'm halfway through.
I can tell.
Yeah. Anyways, woohoo. So yeah, this was made after.
It's a
what?
chocolate drink. They don't have enough milk to call
Shut up!
Milk.
Oh my god. It's Yoo-hoo. Now that's a concept. A Yoo-hoo themed tiikSummer22 track. Anyways, okay, woohoo. It is it's was made after a long period of art block, and I was just like, oh, fuck it, I'm making a song without worrying about what it is. It was not for any particular project. It was just made, and it was included on this project, specifically put here to mark the point of getting from like, oh yeah, beatbox is pretty cool. Oh, I could actually make like coherent songs, to, oh, I can make songs that I actually like genuinely, which I think woohoo didn't really age that well in some regards, but this is definitely a good first, like, good jump box song, you know what I mean? So yeah, and yeah. I also like how woohoo is in all lowercase. I don't remember if that was intentional, but I like to imagine that this is like a very bored woohoo, which I think fits in many ways. Oh god, actually, that could work well considering what this album is about. Whatever. Anyways, okay. So, yeah, so, woohoo. So, we've made it to the, like, third section of this album, I guess you could say. Because the first section is about Yoot.SWF, the second is all the other classic beatbox tracks of mine, and then now we've crossed over into the modern era of tiikSummer22. From this point on, the tracks are a lot more interesting and better put together, generally speaking. And part of that, Verisur was actually wondering, why does Woohoo and Snake is the next track we'll be listening to, why does Woohoo and Snake sound like that, different from literally any song made before it? Yeah, I already, oh, why did I close that? I don't know why I did that. I already touched upon this, but yeah, it was made after a long period of art block. It's also worth mentioning that, again, this was, I think, mostly made in Jumpbox, which I hadn't really touched too much yet. And as such, there were a lot of presets that in Jumpbox that I hadn't touched yet. And this was me messing with those. Yeah, this is cool, I think. I will also, just real quick, while I remember, Verisur was also wondering, do the colors in the album cover have any meaning other than it being teak and took and la la? So let's talk about this album cover real quick. Because now that we've crossed over into the second half of this album, you may notice that the background color has actually been changing the entire time. If you're on the video, I mean, the video background. Because we have, there's this image I made, what the hell is happening? There's this 3D image I made in Blender of, like, a sky with, like, binary, and it's, like, pink. I took that image and I recolored it to green and blue, and it slowly fades over the course of the entire album. Now, the reason I did this is because I mentioned this earlier a little bit. There is a there's I just realized that I can hear Tamagotchi Life. That's magical. So the album title tiikSummer22 means before Summer 22, because a concept in Tomaroan, which is like a made-up language / element system thing for like my lore. There's some things that refer to time, teak and took, tick tock, if you've never put that together. Teak meaning lesser numbers of time, and then took meaning larger numbers of time. So on one hand, teak means the previously, or the past. That's what I'm going in my brain. Teak means the past or previously. Took means the future or in the future. But it is also worth mentioning that technically speaking, tiik also means slower because less tempo, and took means faster because higher tempo. And strangely, tiik means less duration because less duration, and took means longer duration because longer duration, which doesn't make sense considering the tempo thing. So there's an interesting little like kind of circular relationship there, sort of like a almost paradoxical relationship even. But anyways, point is, the important part is that tiik means past, and this album cover is actually a reference to the fact that I was graduating from high school, which I mentioned at the start of this, and specifically, this is supposed to look like a mortarboard, which is a diamond-shaped hat that you have on your head, with your cap and gown, you know? And one thing that...
Oh my god, it's insane that you're saying this right now.
What? Oh, yeah. Fun fact, by the way, this album came out 4 years ago. Tree is in the course of graduating right now, which is really fucking weird. Yeah, we just happen to be lined up in that perfect way, which is really funny. But yeah, so one thing that I didn't know until I was graduating is that apparently there's some symbolism with because if you a mortarboard has a tether, or I guess a thread, whatever. It has a tether thread thing that comes off of it. And one thing I didn't realize is that the position of it actually has some symbolism, because apparently it's tradition, because a mortarboard, you have the corners pointed forwards, backwards, left, and right, and so the sides are diagonal to your head. Apparently, it's common that during graduation, everyone has the thread on the left side of their head, and it's over there. And then once you graduate, everyone at the same time takes the thread and they move it to the right side to signify that they have graduated. And if you look at the cover art here, or wait, actually, hold on. Is it the opposite direction? It might be. I'm trying to remember. Because it might be the opposite direction, actually.
I think you graduate towards right.
Yeah, I don't remember. Because I think it, for me, it was right to left, I think, actually. Because this cover art is implying that, actually. Because this is supposed to be like a mortarboard design. And it's set up in a way where it kind of looks like a glass window kind of thing. Which is also intentional to some extent, but it's based on a mortarboard, and specifically, it's supposed to be like my head, since I'm a cube.
So your mortarboard has a hole in the top?
Well, kinda, I guess. I mean, it's supposed to be a design. I was actually going to make this design on my real mortarboard because people sometimes decorate them. But I was so just sick of everything at that point that I just didn't even bother. But yeah. So yeah, the tiik is an element that is associated with color mint, and took is associated with a dark grayish blue. And so it's signifying that the right side refers to when the thread is before graduating, and then after, is what the album cover is implying here.
There's also mock.
Yeah, and there's mock as well, because in addition to tiik and took, you have in between mock, which is a more complicated thing, which I won't get into, but it exists.
It's cyan.
It's mock is kind of the present, yeah. Mock is a lot more abstract. It's like it's the element between that separates the past from the future. and therefore allows them to be separated, basically. Because if Mach didn't exist, then time wouldn't exist, because there would be no such thing as past and future. And so everything would just be, is basically the idea. But basically, so yeah, that's what the album cover means. The other thing worth mentioning is that if you didn't know, my profile picture on my artist profile picture at the moment, my little buddy, is actually rainbow colored, like this. This is just the top face of my little buddy, and I specifically have the two edges, the parody, the corner adjacent parody, notated with gray. And it's always orange is my face is the front, red is the back. You know, yeah. Okay. But yeah, and then the top face has like this circular rainbow radial texture, and then the rainbow goes down the side. So this corner is purple, this corner is green. It just stretches down and then becomes mirrored on the other side. What were you saying?
This implies that Cube is a like mastermind. Square1, where every time a piece, all the pieces don't like line up. Whenever a piece is messed up, it becomes gray, and you have to. It's like you have to figure out which
God
if it's in the right spot and memorize all the pieces.
So true. Yeah. That's that. I don't think I have any other stuff worth mentioning about the album cover right now.
Well, that took a while just to get through 2 tracks.
Fuck. Hold on. There we go. Yep. Okay, so now it's time for the next track, which is Snake. It's not gonna load. Oh, there we go.
Have you been showing the videos?
What videos?
The envies.
Oh, well, okay, I know what you're talking about, but that's different. We won't be getting to those in this episode. Like the liberalist of liberals. I forgot about this part. That was Snake. So Snake is, wait, hold on real quick. I haven't been checking my notes, so I should double check that I haven't missed anything. No, I have not. Okay. Yeah, okay. So Snake Snake is, okay, so there's this game called A Dance of Fire and Ice, which I think I mentioned earlier, but I don't remember for what reason. There's a game called A Dance of Fire and Ice, which is a game where you have planets and they orbit, and it's a rhythm game. There's
there's a lot in this series, I feel like.
Yep, that's why I was being fast about it. There's a level in the actual base game for A Dance of Fire and Ice called the Wind Up, which is the World 3 level, because Adofi is set up in a way where instead of just having levels, it has one big level at the end of a world that has like a bunch of tutorials for that level, basically, which is a really cool way of doing level design. Honestly, I really like that, and I wish that more things were like that. But yeah, the actual level for World 3 is the Wind Up, which is particularly well known for introducing 3-point turns, which is where you have like 90-degree angles 3 times in a row, which, depending on whether it's on the outside or the inside, you get different rhythms, because of the way that Adofi works with the rotation amount alluding to a specific rhythmic point of time, basically. And the Wind Up specifically has a bum 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 bum. Does that seem familiar? It should, because that is exactly what Snake is. This is literally just me being like, I wonder what would happen if I took the rhythm of the start of the Wind Up and just like repeated it and made my own song with it. And that's exactly what happened here. Yeah, I don't have much else to say about that. That's just what happened. Yeah, no particular reason I made this one either. This is just another, I made it for fun. And yeah, yep, okay. Continuing on to the next track, which this is actually a new section of the album already. We're going into a new section and track of the album. Measure, in all caps. No. I'm just taking it in. It's very nice to close your eyes while listening to ambient stuff. Especially with headphones. Germa heart rate monitor bits. I just need the emotional music instead of this shit. Mario death theme, so true.
Oh my god.
forgot that the ambience just kind of breaks up like that. That's interesting.
Imagine in a comp.
What?
Imagine if in comp the death theme was the Mario death theme. Fucking legally distinct.
God. There we go. Okay, so that was Measure. So we have entered a section of the album about a different school project of mine, also a game. That being ACCOM PANI. ACCOM PANI is a 3D first-person platformer, I guess you could say. Rhythm inspired, but not a rhythm game, really. Not
3D
people call Geometry Dash not a rhythm game, which I sort of get why people say that, but like it's a long thing. ACCOM PANI is even further away from being a rhythm game.
It's 140 but 3D.
Yeah, if you know what 140 is, ACCOM PANI is basically that, but 3D. Except, you know, with a different art style and stuff. But ACCOM PANI is a game where the idea is that I was going to make a game inspired by The Witness, basically. Which is one of my favorite games of all time, by the way. The Witness is so fucking good. It's a puzzle game where you have a big open world with mysterious line-based puzzles where you just have a single dot that you can click on to start drawing a line, and then you continue into like through a maze of like corridors on like a panel, and you end up at an end point, and depending on what you did, you either beat the puzzle or you don't. And it's one of those situations where you aren't told the mechanics directly. You have to figure it out yourself, and the game design is created with the intention that you not just trial and error it, but also just theorize in your head of how things work, and slowly retrace your steps without having the end explanation of how things work. It's a really good game. It's not for everyone. It's very much a frustrating game in some ways, and for some people will really hate The Witness. But it is one of my favorite games of all time. And yeah. Also, yeah, Perp mentions that there's a parody of The Witness called The Looker. The Looker is much more comedic, but I genuinely recommend it because it's also free. And although it's different gameplay wise from The Witness, but it's the game design standpoint of it is roughly the same, just shorter, and it's free. Check it out, it's good.
It's The Witness demo.
It is honestly kind of like a demo for The Witness, which is important for a game like The Witness because it's like a $60 game, which I understand why it is, but it, you know.
The visuals of The Witness is fuck. It's the amount of detail. That's
oh my god, yeah, the amount. Dude, The Witness is fucking insane. I genuinely don't. It's so good. It's
the one thing that I always think about is there's one tree that if you look at it from a bunch of angles, you see like faces in it.
Yeah, like there's just a bunch of stuff in the world of The Witness that isn't even related at all to the fucking puzzles, and yet it's just there. Like it's so cool. Anyways, I've been wanting to make a game inspired by The Witness, and also games like Antichamber a little bit, where it's the same kind of concept, but instead of it being like you solve a specific kind of puzzle that is iterated on throughout the course of a massive game in an entire world, it's more so you have multiple different kinds of mechanics, and they all represent musical theory stuff, which, considering the fact that I went on an entire rant earlier about how pentatonic major is a thing, you can guess that I'm a nerd about music theory, especially rhythms. Hence why I made stuff like the Snake song. And yeah, I just really liked the idea a lot. And yeah, I would love to get to it at some point. The thing is that it's in a even less complete state than Project Bluerooms is. Which Project Bluerooms is one of those things where it's like, the only reason I haven't finished it is because it's completely spaghetti code. I have the project file somewhere, but it's just baffling.
Yeah, we would have to like recode the game.
Yeah, it's really hard. ACCOM, on the other hand, it requires a lot of coding because there's a like okay, ACCOM, one of the core ideas of ACCOM, which made it into the playable demo, which you can play on itch.io. It's again unfinished, much less finished than Project Bluerooms is, but it's a thing.
It's a tech demo.
Yeah, it's pretty much a tech demo, honestly. The level doesn't even reach an ending; it just cuts off. It's upsetting, but ACCOM's like one of the core ideas of ACCOM is that the entrance area, because The Witness, you are forced to do a very short tutorial area because you spawn there and you have to make your way out of it. And then once you do that, then it's pretty much fully open world. You can go wherever. The only places you can't go is because there's a puzzle in the way that you have to beat. And ACCOM would be in the same way, except that the tutorial would be actually longer. It would feel like more of a full area, and it would be focused on this idea of you're in a tower, you start at the top, the tempo is extremely slow. In fact, the game speed itself is very slow. But as you move down the building, the game speed becomes faster and faster, because as you reach the below, it becomes faster. And that's inspired by a metronome, because metronomes, it's just a sort of tower-esque small little thing that you put on your desk, and it has a stick on it, and you have a little weight on it, and in order to pick the tempo, you move the weight on it up or down, up being longer and down being shorter, faster and slower. And so I was like, what if you were in this building and you were treated as if you were the weight, and so as you move in real time, the game speed changes and you have to compensate for that. And along as that's happening, you have the music, which is also in sync with that, and you have different obstacles to go around and stuff. And you would go from the top of the tower, which is the slowest, down to ground level, which is medium speed, and then you can exit at that point. Or you could go further down and reach a new area, which is faster, but is based on the same sort of puzzles, basically. And that's just one area idea. That's just like the first area idea. And I had several other ideas. Yeah, I really want to get to ACCOM at some point. It would be really fucking cool. But the point I'm getting at here, so what is this track specifically? Measure, one little thing, because, all the mechanics are based on... Oh yeah, this image, by the way, interrupting myself here. Tree just sent an image in chat that's a fan art piece of ACCOM. This is a pretty good idea of what ACCOM looks like, and also what I would want like the dialogue boxes to kind of look like, because I have some like
also the Toro in here is supposed to say DJ Squirts is the coolest guy or something like that.
God, that's amazing. Yeah, anyways, so point I'm getting at here, considering that like all the main like concepts of the gameplay itself is based on different musical concepts, I thought it would be a funny little quirk if like the game was kind of being like a little I guess you could say pretentious, of just refusing to call things by actual game terms and calling them musical terms instead. And so because of which the start screen when you open the game is referred to as the measure screen, where you set your basic settings and stuff. So you pick your FOV, you watch some cubes just bounce in the background to make sure that the game is running properly.
Speaking of that,
and just explaining how the game works and reading the instructions before you actually start the game. Oh yeah, fun fact, by the way, about Accompany. There's a small chance that, because there's a lot of bouncing pink blocks that are just kind of there. They don't actually do anything. They
show you the time.
Oh wait, yeah, I did. I intentionally put them there to make it more obvious that the game speed was actually changing and that it wasn't just the movement of your player. There's a small chance that each cube will turn into a DJ Squirks, which is magical. But yeah, so, where was I going? Oh yeah, so when you first boot up the game, there's an explanation of what the game is like, and there's some settings that you can fiddle with, and while that plays, you hear this ambient track play. Not the intro of this. The intro to this is specific to tiikSummer22, which actually brings me to the next thing. This is heavily edited. Here is what Measure sounds like, technically.
Oh no, here it is.
Which you'll notice that the mixing is also very different, because I did a lot of crushing to the thing in post. So believe it or not, this was not actually a Jumbox limiter moment. This was just me being weird with the bit crushing. Yep, I know. June is surprised. Anyways, where's this going? There's no noise part. It's just this. This is my cool song. Do you like it? Oh my god, I just cracked my neck doing that. I don't remember this part. This really gives Zone for 40 round 1 energy.
Oh, by the way,
I should submit this as a round 1, actually. What?
You wanna know another fun fact about the concept art thing?
Yeah.
The little goober possibly is it based off of the idea of what the Solar Tomasaur may look like.
Oh yeah, there's a I was thinking that it would be cool to have a Tomasaur character, which I haven't mentioned on this series before, so I should give a filler on that. There's the main important characters who are in control of the like elements of the universe, basically. One of those characters, I was thinking it would be cool to have be an axolotl character, which was referenced in the image that Tree sent. Okay, so yeah, I don't have anything more to say about Measure itself. We'll get more into what Accompany is as we listen to this, because this is the Accompany section of the album, or compilation, I guess. Okay, here we go. Track 13, Accompany. This is title track for the project. This one's definitely one of my favorites.
This was my ringtone for a while.
God.
And every time I hear it, I think of that now.
Oh, there's some lore to that. Oh, I forgot I put this here. Oh, I just had another thought as well. So some of you may notice something happening. Oh! God, I still love this drum solo. Or, I don't know if it's a solo technically, but... Oh! All right. Oh, technically it's still going. Okay, so this is ACCOM. Okay, there's a lot of things to mention here. So first of all, why is there so much silence at the end? Let's start with that, actually. So, the end of ACCOM is technically not silent. If you listen... There's a repeating bassy note of whoa, whoa, whoa. So funny, this is kind of an inconsistency with tiikSummer22, but I think it makes sense why I did this. You know how earlier in this album there were tracks that had pluses in the names because it threw some other thing just at the end of it? ACCOM actually does that. It just doesn't state it in the title. Because I thought it would be better to just call it ACCOM for the sake of the album. But yeah, that ending is actually technically a separate piece called Fermata, which, as I mentioned earlier, I named all of the, like, there were certain gaming terms that got changed to music terms in ACCOM as just an aesthetic thing. One example of this, and one that is a lot more understandable than measure, is whenever you pause, the pause screen is referred to as the Fermata screen, which, if you aren't familiar, Fermata is it's a music transcription tool. When you have sheet music, it's something that you draw above a note if you want it to be played like slightly longer in a way that it should be decided by the player, basically. Like it's lengthened by an indeterminate amount. That's the important part, indeterminate amount. So I was like, oh, well, I don't, the idea of pausing, because rests are also very common with fermatas, because it adds a flair of like free time to the song without making it actually free time, and it also doesn't make it like odd meter or something. It's just you just for a moment just like let the song just like fall out of tempo for a moment before it comes back, and it adds this interesting like kind of like humanity to the piece, kind of. Yeah, so I was like, okay, well, what is a pause screen? It's a indeterminate amount of time. So I might as well reference a like music term for an indeterminate amount of time. You know, there's not everything aligns with that, but I like the idea at least. And
Fermata sounds cool.
Yeah, and it sounds cool, exactly. And so whenever you pause in Accompany, that audio starts playing. But notably, it plays for an indeterminate amount of time. There are no actual fermatas in the piece, technically, because it is just playing the same note over and over at the same length. So it doesn't technically have a fermata, but, it's like a meta thing.
You could definitely make it random, though.
Yeah. I just didn't bother doing that. But fermata is, I consider it to be a separate piece. I am a pretentious motherfucker. You know this by now. I've been talking for the past 3 hours about this shitty album. I consider fermata a separate piece, and I specifically consider it to not have a length. It just goes on as long as you listen to it. And because of which, technically speaking, the only actual released version of fermata is the game itself, by pausing, because it's played in real time by the computer. And I reference that at the end of Accompany because Accompany just kind of stops. There isn't really an outro. Like, there's a climax, but there isn't an outro following it. And I have it fade out to imply that, like, maybe it keeps going infinitely, which is one of the only good uses of fade out in some genres. Because I'm one of those people that very much hates it when people fade out their song. It makes sense in electronic genres a lot. I fucking hate it when metalcore does it. For the love of God, please don't do that if you're a metalcore musician. I cannot stress it enough. It pisses me off to no end. It's like you start being like, let's have this cool outro part and let's have these cool drums that do this, and then let's have the song fading out so you can't even hear it properly. Like, just go to the end of the whatever. Anyways, it pisses me off to no end, but we're just ignoring that. Yeah, one of the main reasons I can think of for why fading out is a good way to end a song is if you want to imply that it continues going, even though that it's stopping for you. Like, from a viewer perspective, you have to stop listening at some point. We can't upload an infinitely long audio file. That's just not a thing you can do. It has to end at some point. Having a fade out implies that maybe it keeps going, but you're only hearing part of it. I love that kind of thing a lot, and so I did that at the end of the Accompany. Yeah. So about the actual song itself. Pull a bowl of heaven and make it as long as physically possible, so true. So about Accompany itself, as a song. So you probably caught on to this already. The gimmick of this track is that it swaps from 4/4 to 9/8. I will count it in a moment. This might be out of tempo or sync because of the way that I'm recording this, but oh well, you're gonna have to deal with it. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4. So you can count the 9/8 part usually as 1 2 1 2 1 2 1 2 3. It's just 4/4, but you add an extra 8th note, which is treated as if it's continuing the last quarter note of the measure. And so it gives this feeling like the measure has just fallen out of sync with the tempo and has like. It's almost like losing blood. Like, you know when you like donate blood or something, and your body suddenly goes like you suddenly slur for a moment, like you just lose like control of your body for a split second, and then you come back to full consciousness, that kind of thing. 9/8 to me feels like that kind of thing, where it's like you momentarily start to fall out of it, and then you come back to it. And Yeah, that's what 9/8 feels like in comparison to 4/4. This track is very much supposed to be like a tutorial to what 9/8 can do. And specifically, the second part of this song, which is in 9/8, is literally just all the parts in 4/4, but forced into 9/8 by making additions to it and changes to it in a way that makes it sound good, and then taking all the secondary elements in the background and then replacing them with new ones to sound more interesting, or be like coherent, you know. Yeah, and I really like this song to this day. I cooked with this one. Yeah, I guess I should mention what this was going to be in the game. So this is not actually the only song that was like this. Actually, I'm going to bring it up as well. So there's another song that I was working on that I have not finished, called Something Anything, which sounds like this. So that's the main idea of Something Anything, which is an unfinished track of mine. I just played that. I released a demo of it as a YouTube short at one point on the Square1 channel. Something Anything takes the same idea and expands upon it a little bit more. Because unlike ACCOM PANI, which is basically a tutorial to 9/8, basically, taking 4/4 and then throwing you into 9/8 from that position, Something Anything takes you from one interpretation of 9/8 to a different interpretation of 9/8. So what the hell is the point of this in the gameplay? So in the gameplay, the idea is that, well, since 9/8 feels like 4/4, but like one part is slower or stretched out, what if the game literally got slower at that point? What if you were playing the game and it was going like normal, and then you reach that one moment in 9/8 each measure where it's stretched out more, and that causes the game to slow down momentarily, and you have to get used to that, and you have to get used to the feel of 9/8 in order to actually get around obstacles properly without dying or whatever. And yeah, and I actually did have this set up in game with Something Anything. I don't remember, does it get used in the demo?
Yes.
Does it?
Yeah, because you have to jump over the things while it's going on.
Right, okay, that's with a different part, yeah, because there's the dum bum 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 bum. I think it's that thing that it's synced to. There's a part in the demo that's pretty tricky.
You should play the demo after this.
Maybe, yeah. I haven't touched it in a while, I should do that. But yeah, I never got around to doing it to ACCOM PANI, this song, but this was supposed to be in-game as, like, it would be used as, well, okay, it does get used, just, in a slightly different way, I guess. Yeah, and this song is what plays in the demo also, by the way, I should mention. It's cut up, and so certain parts loop over and over, and then once you walk into certain areas, then it advances to the next part. Unfortunately, it doesn't reach the end of the song because the level wasn't finished, but yeah. Yeah. I should mention Something Anything specifically. The idea with Something Anything is that, because the rhythm of Something Anything is ba da ba da 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 da. Like, you get it. It's 1 and 2 and dot, or like, okay, 1 and 2 and dot 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and dot 3 and 4 and it's like 4/4, but the second quarter note is a dotted quarter note now. And it causes it to become 9/8. Which is very similar to what ACCOM does. The only difference is that ACCOM tends to have the dotted quarter note be the last one, which is more normal in a way. It's more easy to like grasp because when you have the longer note at the end, you can more easily tell when the measure is going to start, I guess. But having the longer note as the second note of a measure, like it does in Something Anything, makes it a little bit more difficult to grasp the exact rhythm, basically. But the more important part of Something Anything is that it doesn't just play it that way. It also does an alternate one, which treats it like a 5/4 edit, where it goes... where it takes the long note and it splits it apart into a quarter note and an eighth note. So you have quarter, quarter, eighth, quarter, quarter. 1, 2, 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 5 and 1 and 2 and 3, 4 and 5 and like that. And in that case, the opposite would happen, because that third beat feels faster, and therefore the game gets faster, which is more difficult to deal with from a gameplay standpoint, hence it being a B part. So yeah. Something Anything was not finished, so it's not included on tiikSummer22, but it's virtually impossible to talk about ACCOM without talking about that, so... Might as well. Yeah. I should probably mention, by the way, if I ever release something in full caps that with weird rhythms, you can guess that it's related to ACCOM, because that's like a running bit of titles for some reason being like that.
Delta rune.
Yeah. Oh, by the way, final thing, I forgot to mention, the title of ACCOM is a play on words with the word accompany, or accompany.
Bro.
As in you have a second B part in addition to the main part at the same time, basically. I don't remember why exactly I did that, but it's another music term, so yeah. I'm trying to think if there's anything else worth mentioning. Oh yeah, there's a couple of things I noticed while listening to this.
I love A. A is my favorite character.
Let's talk about this fucking thing. There's some lore here. You might recognize this. If you do, you're fucking insane. You're the worst. But this is a pattern that has existed for a long time in my music. And it's certainly a song thing. It's what I refer to as the mountain. And I've referenced it in several things.
You gotta show it.
What?
You gotta show the origin. It's important.
Fine.
Every
Fine, I'll show the origin really quickly. Really quickly.
The interesting parts. This is what we've all been waiting. Yeah! I love how obvious this is like a fucking song.
It literally sustains the same note as well. It does the it's the same fucking thing. This
I love how obvious it is that this is your attempt at making a soulless like song.
It's really magical. Oh, well, okay. New Folder is certainly magical. I just want to throw out there, I can't talk about New Folder too much right now. We will someday, probably. But new folder. New folder is my attempt at post-rock I want to throw out there. I didn't make it there at all, but that's what my attempt was in the beginning, and then I made that instead. I didn't think it was post-rock when... Wait. Oh no, I did. I called it post-rock. Fuck. I'm ignoring that. You didn't hear anything. Yeah. Anyways, so... So yeah, that little mountain thing, that's a common motif in my stuff, and that one is particularly it's a good pattern. It's just one of those things where it's like I make fun of myself for it a lot because of what it comes from, which is the shitty FL Studio music I made when I was younger, which I forgot to mention for audio listeners. That was New Folder, my album New Folder.
You should go listen to it.
It has a track on it called Flashbacks. Yeah.
You should
Anyways.
listen to that and then quietly.
Where's the thing?
That part right there is what my note used to make for a while. That's always what I think of when I think of the song.
Okay, I have another thought, but I think it would make more sense to refer to that a different day. Okay. So, yeah, so that's Accompany. Next up, we have the next track. This is Origin Points. I've heard this enough times to where I can go to the bathroom in the middle of it. That was Origin Point. God, I always forget how much better the second half of this album is. It's so funny. It's so funny. Okay. First question, why did... June is asking, first question, why did you cook so hard on this song specifically? It's so true. Okay, so let's talk about this. As mentioned several times, Accompany ended up in a less finished state than Project Bluerooms was, unfortunately. Which, it makes sense, because Project Bluerooms was made in my own time over a larger course of time. It was a passion project. Accompany, it is still a passion project, but it was made for a school project. So, you know, it was a smaller length of time, technically. And it was also, like, I did work on it at home, but you know, it was a school project, so it's less motivating sometimes, you know. But ACCOM PANI, I was having so much fucking trouble with the programming. Godot was fucking me over. Godot was fucking me over because the physics engine, it wasn't even anything to do with my game. It wasn't any like programming issues. It was just I had this bug for a while where like stuff would jitter when on the ground, basically. Geeky is also like screaming when I've mentioned the stuff jitters when it touches the ground sometimes, and apparently it's something to do with like a specific engine, which after a long fucking time of troubleshooting and assuming it was just bad programming on my part, no, it turns out it was just a bug with the engine. I swapped the engine to something else and it worked perfectly. I found that out about 2 weeks before the deadline, it feels like. I was fucking pissed. Most of the time spent on ACCOM PANI was spent trying to figure out what the fuck was going on with just the basic movement controls, and it fucked me over, and so I ended up not getting to do a lot of level design. Thankfully, my teacher was fully understanding of this. Shout out to Miss O'Malley. Yeah, so I you know, that didn't cause any issues for my grade or anything. I still got full credit. Yeah, it's just unfortunate because that means that the demo ended up in a far less complete state than I would have liked. Now, the reason I'm saying this right now is because there's a lot of stuff for ACCOM PANI that just isn't in the game at all. This is one of those. Origin Point is what I imagine to be kind of like a opening track for the album, I guess. It's or the album for the game, like not like a level 1, like maybe a title screen or like a opening cutscene or something like that. I don't know. Just it's supposed to be like an intro kind of thing, and I don't know how exactly it would work in ACCOM PANI, but it's really just this track was made for the aesthetic purpose of like, this is what I want the game to feel like in an auditory way. Like,
I always envision this as when you start the game, like almost a cutscene at the beginning that isn't really anything in particular.
Yeah, exactly. Kind of. It's like I want a lot, like I want the song to be the songs to be diverse in ACCOM PANI a lot. Like I really like the song ACCOM PANI, which is very different from Origin Point. But the idea is like I want the visual aesthetic to match the aesthetic of this track is basically how I would describe it, I guess. This is my vision of what the game is like on a aesthetic level visually, but in an auditory way. I don't know if that made any sense, but hopefully that did.
Now you gotta show what it actually looks like, the official music video.
God. Okay, so
it released recently.
What?
You gotta talk about it.
Which one? What? Origin Point?
The epic music video.
No, you're thinking of Otherworldly.
No, but I'm saying if Otherworldly visual, if the whole thing visually looks like this, Otherworldly connects to Origin Point. I'm
saying. Sure. Okay. So. Okay, so things to mention about Origin Point. So first of all, let's get the obvious one out of the way. You know how Snake borrowed something? I was learning, Goodbye to a World around this time, and was trying to learn how to play the melody on piano. And so I was just like, hey, you know what? Porter Robinson is legitimately one of the most influential artists to me, and extremely inspirational. If there's any artist I'm going to like steal a melody of and change it, it's going to be him at that point. And that's exactly what happened.
Is that why you cried when you saw the bit trip font in the Porter Robinson? Both the things that caused you to be into...
Fuck, I totally forgot about that. Me and Elliot went to a Porter Robinson concert for the Smile Tour, and it was so fucking good. Is there a tour currently going on? I don't think there is. I guess spoiler warning for that. Just close your ears for a moment. But he did a thing in his tour for Smile where it was focused on Smile for the first while of it, and then it pauses for a while and it moves to a second set, which is focused on Nurture instead, and then it goes on to another one which is focused on Worlds instead, and then it closes off with like for us it was Cheerleader, which checks out, which is the single from Smile. And that was so fucking cool. They went all out with making like the set look different for all of the things, and it just felt very well put together. And I cried really hard when Hollow Heart started playing at fucking the World's part. It's such a good song. Okay, anyways. Yeah, so...
And there was the BitTrip font.
And there was a font that looked very reminiscent of the BitTrip font, which BitTrip is...
It's right there on the screen.
Oh, yeah, it is. Yeah, the text in this the developer commentaries text, that's the BitTrip font. BitTrip is... Did that come up on camera? Did
What?
You do that?
Huh? Oh, they fell over.
Oh, you can't even see.
I just walked past and they
Stop killing the capybara. Wow, my webcam. There we go. Okay, anyways, yeah, BitTrip is fucking amazing. And so, being at a concert for one of my most influential artists, and then there's something there that reminds me of one of the most influential video games for me, it fucking... just, like, oh... Anyways, and to be clear, it was a different font. It's not related. I don't think it is. It would be sick if it was intentional, but there's no fucking way. BitTrip is so niche. But anyways, that's so off topic. Point is, yeah, Origin Point is me taking the Goodbye to a World melody and then altering it and making it my own. The main inclusion being the EA, I think it is. Is that what it is? Is that it? Which one is it? I'm not gonna be able to remember where it is, but you can hear that at least.
They're so good.
Is that it? No, I can't remember right now. Whatever. Point is, Goodbye to a World, and that's yeah, good song, great album. Honestly, overloved album. I'll just be honest for a moment. It is significantly overloved, but I do understand why people love it so much. It's just I care so much more about Nurture, all things considered. But Goodbye to a World is indeed peak. Yeah, and Smile is quite good as well. I have Smile on vinyl, and I have I have a World's Live album on vinyl as well, which I still haven't spun yet because I keep forgetting to. I need to do that. Anyways. Enough Porter Robinson talk. Let me talk about literally anything related to ACCOM PANI. Origin Point. So this is a much more normal concept for a track rhythmically. Because one thing I noticed about Goodbye to a World is that because of the fact that it's 4/4 but mostly triplets, it really is 12/8. 1, 2, 4, triplet, that's the fours. And in fact, going across the entire song, there's triplets in the background. Just so yeah, so it's obviously 12/8. And so I was like, well, I'll make a song in 12/8, and that, yeah, origin point is me doing 12/8. Though it is a little silly at one point. So it's at this point where things get a little weird. The ba-da-da, that thing, that's technically a measure of 3/16, which is just thrown in there individually. And then it goes into a transition point. So, if you didn't catch that, so considering the fact that, like, throughout the song there's, like, triplet rhythms, considering that the top of those triplet rhythms is the quarter note, so, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, like 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and 2 and 3 and 4 and 1 and dot 2 and dot 3 and dot 4 and dot. That's how the song goes. If you count this part in particular, the outro, you'll notice that, well, first of all, there isn't really any, there's not very much splitting happening of the quarter note. But also, you'll notice that it almost feels like the downbeat is in the wrong place, which the downbeat is when the measure starts. And that's because you actually aren't hearing 12/8 anymore. You're hearing 6/4, technically, with how the way I have it set up. So what's happening is that you're hearing 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 1, 2. So it's structured in a way where you interpret it the same way, but you internalize it as if it's like one full measure and then a half measure, and then it keeps going back and forth, and it slowly gets more and more simple over time until eventually it just straight up becomes 4/4 at the very end. So it's essentially the outro of Origin Point is transitioning from 12/8, which the whole song is in, to 4/4 in a interesting way by going from 12/8 to 6/8. From 12/8 to 6/4 to 4/4. So yeah, that's what's happening there. Yeah. Final thing worth mentioning is that there is a very magical scrapped B part to this song as well. In the same vein that Measure had a cool original, this song also has a cool original, which I have to find. Give me one moment. I love how my archive drive is being slow. That's so cool. Ew. That was gross. Why did I do that? Oh yeah, I forgot to mention. Okay, yeah, this actually explains a lot. This song in the project files is referred to as Capstone Theme, which explains what I was talking about earlier. This is like the theme song for Accompany, even though it's not titled Accompany, which is admittedly a little confusing, but oh well.
No, that makes total sense.
It makes perfect sense. It makes perfect sense. Yeah, and also I forgot to mention this Accompany the game was made for my senior year, so last year of high school. My senior year of high school capstone project, which capstone is like a special class where you focus on making one project the entire time, and it's like the final boss of the computer science branch in general. So if you're someone who is in the computer science classes, you're going to end up at capstone. If you're someone who does 3D animation or modeling, you also end up at capstone. You just focus on that kind of thing instead. You know, that kind of thing.
Imagine having a capstone at your school.
So true. Do you not have capstone?
No. During College of Career 1, we did like a basically just choose your own assignment sort of thing, which kind of feels like that vibe, but no.
That's interesting. But yeah, so I made Accompany literally the whole year of senior year. And yet still had issues with the physics engine. It's really magical. And yeah. Where was I going with this? I feel like there was a different... Oh yeah, I'm not forgetting anything at all. Oh no, oh, what's that? Oh, we should just close that. So here's the second part. I think it's this. Nope, that's not it. Let's see if I can find the second part. Oh, it's literally labeled unused. I'm actually so smart, it's crazy. Here's the unused part that happens immediately after origin point, but got cut out for not being finished and also sounding like this. I mean, it's kind of pretty. I think it's shitty in a good way, but it's also just weird. Oh,
what was that?
Hold on, wait, sorry, I forgot I did that. There is also technically an unused pattern from the song, which I threw at the end here. Which, much like Goodbye to a World having the triplets in the background that are changing chords, that's what this is supposed to be. But it didn't make it into the final song. I don't think it did anyway. Yeah. Also, some people already clocked this, but yeah, I was very normal about sound fonts. Speaking of the sounds of Origin Point, let's address the elephant in the room. Was literally any part of Origin Point made in beatbox, is what Veriser was asking. No. Next track. No, I'm kidding. But yeah, no. Nothing that I can remember was made with beatbox. Not even a sample, which makes this track very different in the, album. But, yeah, I don't really have much to say about that. Origin Point was made initially in Cakewalk, which is a...
Oh god, I forgot that.
Yep. It was a Cakewalk, a digital audio workstation known for being free, and now doesn't exist because they made a different thing, and so I don't actually know if I can open the project file, honestly, but it doesn't matter too much because I ended up converting that manually, as in I went out of my way to take that Cakewalk project file, take everything from that, move it into a Reaper project file, and use that instead after a while. And yeah, that's what I have to say about that. Yeah, and with my digital audio workstation stuff at the time, I used a lot of sound fonts, and I still do want to use sound fonts more often, but I've been moving away from it a little bit because I've been focusing on Ableton, and Ableton has just actually good built-in instruments. So I've been using those a shit ton. Yeah. And of course, I can't use... Well, I can use sound fonts in Jumbox, but it's like, it's built in, you know what I mean? Okay. Next track. The final Accompany-related track, I should mention. This is Gravestone. This one, I believe, is the longest one on the album. You can guess why, based on the sound. How long have we been going anyway? 5 hours, I think? Almost 5. I did genuinely think that this was going to be significantly shorter, but I forgot how much lore is with this, too. I think it might be a normal thing that these episodes will be long. Oh well. Well, I like talking. Who knows?
Yeah. So yeah, this one makes me think of Fez.
Oh yeah, I can see that. I really like how it, like, pauses for a moment and then, like, comes back harder at that point. It's like it's like it pulls back for a punch and then hits you. I like it. My audio might cause issues. Hold on. Don't mind me. If you listen really, really closely, there's like some like squelchy water sounds. Like panning around. There we go. That's Gravestone. Or, more accurately, technically speaking, Gravestone. That's actually what the name comes from. There's a lot of words that refer to different what's the word? Range. There's a lot of words and terms that refer to different ranges of tempo. The slowest form of tempo is grave, and this track is actually in reference to that. So technically this is Gravestone, but it's a play on words. It's Gravestone or Gravestone. So, you know. Now, the important thing is, the idea with this track is, you know how I mentioned that the idea of the start of ACCOM would be that you're at the top of a tower, and then you make your way down? Well, the idea was that you don't actually start in motion. At the very beginning, you are at the top of the tower, but you're at a point where the tempo is 0, and because of which you actually can't make your way down, seemingly, because like there's doors and stuff that are they're like, you know, not closed, but like left slightly open, for example. And then you try to go up to open it, and you just can't. It won't budge. It can't move. Time is completely stopped. You can't do that. And you're just moving around in this area very, very slowly, able to move, and just, like, you have to interact with this world that is completely still, while you seemingly are just, like, above that reality, and you are able to still move. And with that, you're able to find the first puzzle of the game that causes time to move just enough to where you can actually make your way down to the next room, and then that starts the actual, like, tempo parts of the puzzles. Yeah, so this was an idea for an ambient track that would play during that short period of time, just like a ambient noise, tempo-less part. It should also be mentioned, this piece was made using pulse stretch, which is a very, very well-known stretching effects algorithm. It's actually built into Audacity partly. I made this specifically with Pulse Stretch X, though, which is a program that is specifically used to mess with pulse stretch. And I've used it several times. I used it a lot around this era. I haven't really used it in a while because, I don't know, just dealing with Pulse Stretch X as like a separate thing is a little annoying sometimes, but it is fun. Some call Pulse Stretch overused. I say that they're annoying because Pulse Stretch is good. It's really good. There's a reason why it's so well known. And it's very fun. As a good example of how... So what is Pulse Stretch? Let's say that. What is Pulse Stretch for? Like, right? It's just a stretching algorithm, right? It's specifically a stretching algorithm made to take things to an unreasonable level of stretch. Specifically... Oh, I think Paul X Stretch. Sorry, yeah, you're right. It's called Paul X Stretch, I think. So Paul Stretch is specifically made with the intention of stretching to unreasonable levels. Specifically, that's a cool screenshot. Specifically, in this case, Gravestone, or Gravestone, I'm just going to call it Gravestone from now on. In this case, Gravestone is actually based on multiple Pulse Stretch samples that I rendered out, and then I put them into Cakewalk. Again, this is a Cakewalk project. I don't remember... I was trying to see what the original... Or wait, no. Yeah, I don't think there's any beatbox in this one either. But this one, it's a lot more obvious because, you know, it's an ambient track. But Gravestone I like how I said I was going to call it Gravestone, and I immediately forgot. This piece is made entirely of Paul Stretch samples, the origin of which being a metronome sound. I gave it the sound of a metronome clicking, and it became this after taking several layers and then making them crossfade with each other and stuff. The pads you're hearing, it's a metronome. Just very, very stretched out. Among, like, other weirdness with the way that Paul Stretch works, it made these really cool textures and pads. I don't remember if I've mentioned this directly. I've alluded to it. The idea of the first area of ACCOM is that it is a big metronome. Yeah, you are in it. The tower is the metronome. And so it made sense that.
Caden, show the image. Isn't that referenced in the render?
What image?
The like main render of KubeBow.
I mean, it's in the background. Is that what you're talking about?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, sure, I'll get that. Yeah, there's a little Easter egg. Don't know why I went there. There's a little Easter egg on my website. If you've seen this image, this is like a pretty important image of mine. You may have noticed this little blue thing in the background. This is supposed to be a nod to that. It's a metronome tower. It's there. It's there. It's looming in the distance. It's all connected. Get out of my face, new folder. I like how I say it's all connected, and I immediately see one of my worst projects of all time. Anyways, so yeah. Point I'm getting at here. Also, yeah, this is going to be on YouTube as well. But anyways, yeah, so this is what happened when I took a bunch of metronome samples, or actually one metronome sample. And then put it into Paul Stretch and then made a song structure out of it. The reason I keep talking about this, and the point that I keep trying to get to and keep forgetting, it should be noted that you might have heard these Paul Stretch samples recently, actually. Not super recently, but I will mention this now. I don't like in this series, I want to try to take things piece by piece and not look forward too much and be like, oh yeah, that project that happened several years later. Because I think it would be more interesting if I kept that a secret until we talk about it later on, you know? But I will do it in this case because I don't even know if we'll talk about this. But there is a project on TimHacker2 that I made called A Mediocre Escape, which is the last project I put on TimHacker2. It is an ambient piece featuring metronomes and strange pads. Exactly the same samples. It's the exact same samples. In fact, it includes the dry sample of this, so I might as well bring it up real quick. A mediocre escape. It's not going to come up. What? Oh, there we go. Yep, here it is. That's like
TimHacker2 still looks like this.
Oh yeah, I'm responsible for this really good decision of the background, and it hasn't changed since. Anyways, but yeah, this. I don't think this is the raw sample. I think I took the sample and put it multiple times on top of each other at different tempos. But yeah, as you go through this, it's incredibly obvious. This is just Gravestone 2, basically. Yeah. Yeah. Listen to that if you like Gravestone. Okay. Yeah, so that's that track. And now we're going into the final section of the album, which is just one track, technically. Technically 2 tracks. You'll see. We're going into the closing track for this album. I Dreamed a Square Wave. part incoming. It's so goofy, y'all. Yeah, it's a key change. I rarely do that even now. Okay, so that was the closing track. We do have one more song from this album to talk about because there's a bonus track, but this is the closer. I Dreamed a Square Wave, which, as many of you know, at one point I did a lore, what I call a lore sesh, where I talked about art stuff, but from more of a lore perspective. And I ended up realizing on camera that Dreamed has 7 letters, which is funny because I realized after releasing this song, oh, dreamed isn't the right word. It's supposed to be dreamt is the right grammar there, but it's intentional now because 7 letters. But anyways, I like to hide 7 letters and everything. KubeBow is 7 letters, actually. Okay, so so this is the closing track. What do I say about this? So, okay. First of all, let's talk about... So, this track simultaneously feels like a step forward and a step back at the same time. And the reason for that is because it kind of is, actually. This track was worked on 3 separate times. Like, a lot of the songs you've heard on this project were made in a single sitting and then like iterated upon several times later. This one, I created a main idea and then I couldn't figure out how to continue it. And then months later I came back to it and then I continued it, got stuck again. And then for the sake of this album, I made the decision to actually finish the track. So, because of which, this track, which, funnily enough, used to be called 4 Ps, by the way, because the original melody, features 4 notes in the, like, the da-da-da-da-da-da-da-da. I was like, 4 Ps in a pod! It's 3 Ps in a pod.
Bro.
I'm really smart.
I forgot you...
It's crazy how smart I am. Anyways, so yeah, this track, which originally was called 4 Ps, I had a version that was referred to as 4 Ps Alpha, and then I later got it again and made 4P's game beta, and then for the sake of this album, I made Gamma, which is finished. And so you can hear
like
what?
Like Lotus.
So true. And so you can hear the start of this track is just straight up the same era as the early tracks on this album. This was made alongside stuff like What and Music One. And then I, over time worked on it more and more. And it's worth mentioning the funny part of this track. What? Oh, yeah, okay. So, this track doesn't have any weird rhythmic stuff, though it does have a weird harmonic thing, because this track, I don't remember what the key is, but it's, I believe, major for the first while and the last while. Is it just C major? It probably is, yeah. Or it might be C sharp, I don't know. Point is, it's some major scale, and then it goes to the relative Locrian, which Locrian is what happens when you take the major scale and you focus on the 7th scale degree, which if you were here earlier, I went on a massive rambling spree about how the 4th and 7th scale degrees are weird. And they, to beginners, are very difficult, and so stripping them out and just having pentatonic is quite nice. One thing is that those notes aren't just bad with each other, they're also bad with the rest of the notes of the scale themselves. And one example of this is the fact that if you play the major scale but you keep focusing on the 7th scale degree, which in C major would be B, you notice that because you tend to expect that the note you keep coming back to is like the home key, the home chord. If you try to make a chord off of B in C major, you get this. This is a diminished chord. This is what happens when you have B, D, which is 3 semitones up, and then another 3 semitones up, you have F. B and F are notably there. So there's a tritone. It's just a tritone, but you add in a D as well between it, which is why that sounds so awkward. Compare that to something like C major, which is the chord you get when you start with C. Much more consonant. You even have minor chords, like starting from D, you have D minor. A bit more dissonant, technically speaking, but yeah, it's also very consonant. And you just keep going down the line. Consonant. That was E minor. F major. G major. A minor. B diminished. B is the only one that creates a bad chord when you start with it. In fact, F sounds nice as a chord because you end up with F major, which is pretty fine. Yeah, so where I'm going with this is that you can... when you play a song in C major, you typically expect it to keep going back to C. That's why it specifically mentions C. Now, a funny thing about music theory is that if we were to play C major, like, okay, so if we go up and down the C major scale, we can do that with any note. Like, just keep going up and then go back down to the same note. I screwed that up a little bit. I missed the note. Point is, that was D, you know? And generally, when you do that, it sounds like C major, you know? But then you get to here. Oh my god. Brain, hello? Trying to do this from where I'm sitting is very magical. Something about that was different. There's like a different quality to it, and the reason for that is that chances are you're hearing it as a minor, due to the fact that it is actually a minor. Minor scales and major scales, the only difference between them is what note they focus on. They actually have the same notes, it's just if you have the C major scale and you focus on C, it's C major. If you have the C major scale and you focus on A, you don't actually think of it as a C major, you think of it as A minor. And those are the two big ones. Those are the ones that get used the most, is the major scale and the minor scale, is what they're referred to as. Though, technically speaking, if we look at it from this standpoint of they're both C major, but you focus on a specific note, having C major but you focus on C is C Ionian. Ionian is the first mode of C major. And then if you focus on the 6th scale degree of C major, which is A, you have the 6th mode of C major, which is A Aeolian, which is the same as A minor generally. Anyways, the point I'm getting at here is you can pick any note is the thing, and you'll get a different mode. If you have Ionian, Dorian, Phrygian, Lydian, Mixolydian, Aeolian, and then finally Locrian as the 7th one. Locrian is notoriously weird because it thinks that its home chord is the diminished chord. The diminished chord is well known for sounding like shit on its own, but being a good way to lead into a different chord. Because hearing something bad immediately followed by something good, it's nice. Fuck, if I can actually fucking use my fingers correctly.
It's nice.
Dude. Right? And of course, again, there's no such thing as bad or good. I'm just oversimplifying here. And this is an example of that, because Locrian is something that people kind of avoid because it's, you know, the home chord is weird, and it's hard to make something that sounds good. But turns out, if you focus more on, like, rhythm stuff, Locrian is actually pretty fun to mess around with. I will admit Locrian, there's better versions of Locrian out there. There's people that have come up with scales that are based on Locrian, but change it just a bit so that's even more dissonant, but in a good way. And so that's one thing that people kind of feel about Locrian about, is that either it's too weird for you or it's not weird enough. And I totally get that, but Locrian is fun to fuck around with, and this is an example of that. If you listen in the background, you can hear an arpeggio. That is just straight up the diminished chord. And in fact, if you listen to the end of each measure, you hear a ba-na. Or I did that wrong. I was so off key, but you know what I was trying to do. That's actually just like, I don't remember what the first chord is. It's ringing out on the diminished chord. The second chord is the diminished chord. If I remember correctly. I hope I'm remembering that. I don't remember what the other chord is, but yeah, it's basically, I think it might be going from C to B. Yeah, that's what I assumed I would be doing. Like, oh yeah, yeah. And it's funny because, I don't know about you guys, but in my head, that B chord does sound like home in this case, and I don't know why. It actually does feel at home. In fact, it almost sounds like it has an actual consonance to it. But it, by music theory standards, doesn't. It's a weird chord. But because you're hearing it in this context with everything being centered around B, it's fine now, because you're expecting that. And yeah, I don't think I have anything more to say about that. Anyways, yeah, but it's Locrian. I like Locrian. I think it's cool that this album goes from me only using pentatonic major to me using a notoriously weird mode of major, which is not possible in pentatonic major because they literally removed the B from C major with pentatonic. But yeah. Yeah, I'm trying to think what else. Oh yeah, it ends with Music 1, which I actually have a thing about. Verser was mentioning, was I Dreamed a Square Wave based off a true story, and is the similarity to similarity to a song intentional, and what does it mean if yes? I'm guessing Verser is referring to the fact that at the end of here we have Music 1. This is definitely, yeah, it's intentional. I put this here. I just put this here because I Dreamed a Square Wave was made intentionally to be the closer to this album, which should be noted. This is the only track that was actually made for this album. There's a lot of tracks that were significantly fixed or like cleaned up for the sake of this album or changed. This is the only one that was truly made for this album, technically speaking. It, of course, existed before tiikSummer22 was even a thing, but it was finished with the hope of it being a good outro. Yeah. I can't say that I had a actual dream of a square wave. I wish I did. That would be sick. But no, I don't have any personal explanation of that, though this is definitely one of those many situations in my music where I intentionally leave a loose end for me to address in lore later, because this is definitely a thing. Okay. Final track. This is the bonus track, Symmetry. And that's where it ends. Well, that's the bonus track, I mean. Yeah, so that's Symmetry. As the name implies, this is in a similar situation to Scribble, where the name is a direct reference to how it was made. Symmetry is a song where every other measure is just mirrored, like, straight up. Actually, I should bring up the visual. That would make more sense with what I'm doing. Oh, Porter Robinson. But yeah, so this is one of the few songs that I can play on piano, which is funny. Well, not entirely, but I can play that one, which is nice. But Okay, where the fuck is it? Symmetry, where are you? There we go. Okay, so if you're on video, you can see the thing right now. As you can see pretty directly, it is mirroring. And then, does this... No, this is a transition, and then it goes here. This part mirrors. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what to say about that other than that. This song was included as a bonus track because it's important. It's, I think, the only finished track of mine that I was sitting on that didn't make it onto the actual album. I had a bunch of other songs, but they weren't finished. They were just small ideas. Stuff like Slide and We, as mentioned earlier. Symmetry was finished technically. It's just, it sounds unfinished. Like, the fact that, like, the first, like, 20 seconds of the song is only one melody, and the bass in this song just doesn't sound that great. Like, it's just kind of thrown together. It's a little weird. Though, it's a funny thing, the very end of Symmetry actually sounds good to my ears. And you'll recognize that melody that plays there as the overshadowed melody from Otherworldly, which that ties into that whole thing. And yeah. Yeah, I don't think I have anything else to say about Symmetry. Do I? I think I wrote something down, maybe? Maybe, did I? Oh, yeah. One funny thing I found out when I was going through the files. I was debating about whether or not I should include this on the album because, again, it's my only full track at the time that I wasn't, like, I was so not proud of it that I was like, I don't know if this needs to be on the album, which is saying a lot considering how, like, all over the place this album is. But I was debating upon doing this where it's a bonus track to not including it at all, which didn't happen, thankfully. And finally, the original idea was that this would be a track that is put between What and Otherworldly. So you can imagine that it goes from intro to the end, which is the end of the Yoot part of the album, and then it goes into What, and then it goes into Symmetry, and then it goes into Otherworldly. And the reason I did that is because that's pretty directly just it going in order of chronological of like when they were made. Because I had the ACCOM, PANI, and Yoot.SWF tracks laid out in a way where they mimic the way that the game is laid out, generally speaking. With ACCOM, PANI, it's a little weird because a lot of it isn't actually in the game, so I took some creative liberties. But yeah, with the first half of the album, it's definitely not in order of when it was created because of Yoot.SWF. But when it comes to the other three tracks that weren't Yoot tracks, it was pretty clear that I wanted it to be what Symmetry, Otherworldly, because that's the order that they were created. There were other stuff around it as well. But yeah, Symmetry just didn't make the cut, so it got included as a bonus track instead. And that is tiikSummer22. We are not done yet. We still have a little bit more. I don't know if Tree literally just walked off. I'm gonna text her really quick. And I also need to go to the bathroom yet again. Take a shot every time I go to the bathroom, and you'll know what it's like to have anxiety. It's really magical how anxiety just makes you need to piss every 3 seconds. I don't know why that's a thing. Yeah, it's really cool. And I'm not even anxious right now. It's just the very fact that I struggle with it. I don't fucking know. It's so weird. Anyways, yeah, I'll be back. No one will know what happened. I just unpaused and said that. Ugh. The pause button in OBS is a very comedically fun thing. Okay. Alright.
Can you send the tiikSummer22 cover, by the way?
The cover art?
Yeah.
It's on the website.
Oh, yeah. I
think so, yeah. You might have to go to the GitHub page to actually access it. I don't remember. Okay. So so we're done talking about tiikSummer22 as like track by track. We'll get into later more of the like personal stuff about tiikSummer22 and like the like overall how I feel about it and stuff like that. But before we do that, let's take a breather, I guess we could say, by talking about another game of mine and its soundtrack. As mentioned earlier, I made a project called Project Bluerooms. Project Bluerooms is a 3D first-person game, much like ACCOM, but it doesn't play it like ACCOM at all. It's just a, it's like a Baldi's Basics horror game kind of thing, where it's a horror game that isn't trying to be particularly scary. And you just go around and you collect keys and shit. And yeah, if you look over there, fucking hell, every time. If you look over there, nope, that's not the direction. If you look over there, you can see the Project Bluerooms OST cover art, which is just a screenshot from the game. You have Yoot. He's back again, and he's out for blood because he follows you, and he floats through walls, and he just follows you like a next bot kind of thing.
Oh shit! How do you make the Bandcamp full scale again?
You open the image and then you change the like 10 in the URL to a 01.
Right.
Yeah.
I actually made it 100 and it just kind of cropped it weirdly.
What?
Yeah. You want to see?
Please.
This is what happens because other numbers work. It's just like telling it.
Yeah.
This is what looks like when you say 100.
That's really cool. I like that a lot. Why is it stretched? Is my oh wait, no, it isn't. It's just it's just a weird like illusion because of the way it's that's cool. Anyways, okay, point is, yeah. So where the hell am I going with this? Okay, so yeah, Project Bluerooms is a game. If you play any of the games that I've referred to today, which I think every single one I've talked about is available on itch.io or maybe archive.org on the tiikSummer22 project page. But yeah, Project Bluerooms is definitely available on itch.io, and if there's any that you're gonna play that one. It's actually fun, and it has the most complete stuff. And yeah, Yoot is coming to chase you down, but you need to find all the squares, all the rotating squares, and you need to get several of them to beat the level and make it to the next place. And you keep doing that. But then you can't do it because they're in safes. You need keys to open the safes. But the keys are inside the walls, and the walls can be destroyed by the Yoots. So you lower the Yoot into the wall, they break it, and you get the key, and then you can get the thing. Stuff like that. It's fun. I'm proud of it. I want to finish it one day. Yeah. So Project Bluerooms, despite being my most proud video game and being created well before tiikSummer22, it isn't included on tiikSummer22 at all, which is not just because it's not a school project. It was a passion project, just straight up. It was because it's not. It's
by me.
It is.
I made it.
Tree Branch, my sister. She is responsible for the music on Project Bluerooms.
Because I'm the greatest music.
Yep.
I'm the greatest.
That's your
music.
sentence. She is the greatest music. You might know Tree Branch as the host of Broken Ringer Phone Season 5. And she started out as like, like not caring too much about making good music or anything, just like doing very minor changes and stuff like that, and just focusing on hosting. And then as time went on, she started doing more and more actual music stuff in that event, which is cool to see. She has also done some she's responsible for the Me moniker, which has released some DJ Squirks-esque mashups and stuff. And yeah, but before all that, we had Project Bluerooms, which she didn't know how to make music at the time.
I still don't.
I mean, you're more able to trick people into thinking that you do, though, is the thing.
I mean, the entire reason that you made that we did this, the reason I did this is that you didn't know how to make like ambient stuff at the time.
Yeah, I didn't know how to make ambient stuff at the time.
You didn't know how to make scary ambience.
Yeah, I didn't know how to make like spooky, scary stuff. Because I was so in the head of like, oh, the theory has to be correct, I guess.
Even though the entire point of that sort of stuff is that it's not correct.
Exactly, yeah. Stuff is scary when it's dissonant. Yeah, so it turns out, having someone who doesn't know very much music theory or even how to make music, make some music for a silly horror game, not just a horror game, but a silly horror game, works out pretty well. So we're gonna look at that. We are looking at Project... Oops, what the hell?
You're in front.
Hold on. If it will move. There we go. Okay, we are looking.
So I forgot he uses the one based off my house as well.
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
My house, my room.
Yeah. I don't even remember if that's intentional. It might not be. Because Project Bluerooms, one of the level 1... Or yeah, because it's broken up into levels and stages. Level 1's look is based on my room at the time, which had like wallpaper and green carpet and stuff. Level 2, which is seen in this cover art, is based on Elliot's room at the time. And yeah,
which had a rose bush just outside the window, which would scratch on the walls and make it sound haunted.
Fuck, I forgot about that.
And also, I had an old-ass radio that would only turn on at midnight and have some random old man talking for like 2 minutes, and then it would stop, and no one believed me. No one else heard it. It was only me. I'm the only person who heard that.
It's magical. It's very smart. Ugh. That reminds me, this is completely unrelated, but I just want to mention this on camera, because I'm referencing this in an art thing. One time there was a lightning storm, and I was in my room silently trying to get to sleep. I was like kind of scared of, you know, the thunder, but like, you know, whatever. I'm in the house. It's fine. Just lying down in a pitch dark room, or not pitch dark because there were windows. I was in my bed, just chilling, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, I had a plastic pinball machine game toy.
Oh yeah, that is what you're talking about.
Something about the thunder caused like a power surge, like the magnetism in the air or some shit, and it caused the pinball machine to suddenly go haywire in the middle of the night while I was trying to get to sleep. Literally, by the way, I was lying down. At my feet was my computer desk, and the pinball machine was on my computer desk. It was sideways, pointed towards me because of the way that it was laid out. So it was like there was a fucking demon at my feet looking directly at me, going all the like rotating dials with the numbers saying what score you have on the game just started spinning. All of the sounds started playing at once. All of the lights turned on for a moment. Everything just started going at once and then slowly faded out within the course of like, I want to say it was only moving for 3 seconds, but it felt like forever because it just came out of nowhere. Real life jump scare. It scared the shit out of me. I never touched that thing again, and we got rid of it, which sucks because it was actually a fun toy, and I wish I had it, but we just, you know,
traumatized.
I was traumatized, yeah. I get traumatized by stuff very easily, but I think in this case it is understandable. Like, it's magical. Yeah, that's my random fun fact of the day, which is barely related to what this is, but anyways. So yeah, this is the project Bluerooms OST. It's short. It's only 11 minutes. And honestly, we aren't going to play the last track very much, which you'll know why. Yeah, this is by Elliot. When was the last time you've heard this?
Not like too far ago because of
Oh yeah. Things, yeah. Okay, so first track, level 1.
It's spooky.
It's spooky, scary.
Don't get scared.
Oh, I should mention, these songs were made in Cakewalk, by the way.
Can you tell?
Yeah. This was made with the same DAW and the same VSTs as Origin Point. Which is a funny thought. Did you record this?
What do you mean?
I'm trying to remember why the MIDI is so fucked up.
Oh, I just made that. I don't know what to tell you. I intentionally made this weird.
Wait. It's the stripped back part. It's the ding of the hell. The funniest part about this is that we're making fun of this, but this fits so well with Project Bluerooms.
Yeah.
The buzzing. It's also hard to tell how much of this is the actual song and how much of this is, like, what is that?
This is so bassy.
Is that what it is? It's just a really low note?
Yes, there's like... I remember there's basically just a big chord thing at the bottom, super fucking low. That's crunchy.
God. Oh, it's Gravestone again. I don't remember. Is that... I thought that was where it ends.
Yes. I think there's just silence.
It just has a lot of silence.
Because because I wanted it to... You wanted it to like kind of fade in and out, so there's silence.
Oh, yeah. Anyways, yeah, so that's level 1's theme. So level 1 is the level that's based on the look of my room. It introduces Yoot.SWF. It introduces the actual things you have to collect to beat the stage. It introduces breaking walls. And that's it. Yeah, it starts simple. Level 2 is when things really ramp up. Which level 2 looks like this. This is level 2's theme. This is the one I think of.
Yeah.
Fucking guttural popping sounds. He was slurping a McFlurry. So true. God, I get so much nostalgia hearing this one in particular. Oh yeah, this part. I forgot it just closes. It just stops. Yeah, level 2. Much better theme, and much better level, honestly. Yeah, level 2 is what introduces, if you look at this image, you'll see the two-sided terror side view over there. The two-sided terror is a buddy. He has, one side is a big eye, and the other side is a mouth with big teeth. The idea is that they sit around, they spin around looking for you. If their eye sees you, then they quickly go, wah! And then they spin around, and so that their mouth is facing you, and then they charge at the position that they saw you at, which means that if you moved, then they just are going to charge into something randomly, which means
break, crates that way.
Yeah, if they charge into a crate, then it breaks open, revealing a key, which can be used to open safes, which have the points that you need to beat the level.
And something about them is because what they're actually doing is so two things. One, they sound like metal even though they're supposed to be like pale flesh. Caden just didn't interpret the sprites the same way I did, which is funny. So
yeah,
it's kind of it's even weird that way. But another thing, there's some sketches somewhere, I don't actually know where I fucking put them, that's like what they're actually, because I made a bunch of sketches that's like how they interact with the player when the player dies to them, and it like latches to your head.
Yeah. God. Also, the sound effects of the two-sided terror were recorded by Elliot. They're really cool little, and then I put like reverb and shit on it. I specifically like how the recording session is called BobY.mp.
I forgot that's what BobY is.
BobY.m4a, which is a really cool, really cool file name. But yeah, the level design starts out. The first stage is just focused on the you have to break the crates and get the keys that way, while also dodging Yoot.s, which are still here. But then later stages, you actually need to use the Yoot.s as well, because the safes are in the walls, so you have to use the two-sided terror to break the crate, pick up the key, use the Yoot to open the wall, and then grab the safe that way. And so it's multiple things, and as you can tell, this really sort of like channels that kind of like thing of FNAF or Baldi of like having a gameplay loop and having like multiple different mechanics that you're juggling at the same time kind of thing, which is fun. Yeah.
Then we will make plushies of them.
So true.
I would love to have a two-sided terror plush. Imagine.
Oh, 100%. Yeah, we gotta do that if we ever make Project Bluerooms real and it somehow blows up, we need to make a plushie of two-sided terror. And even if it doesn't blow up, we should make one just for ourselves, like a DIY one.
I need to at some point make a plushie of Patchwork.
God, yeah. Okay. Yeah, so next one, and this is the last track we're gonna listen to in full. This is level 3. Oh wait.
What are you reacting to? What's so funny?
This is what happens when the movie Inception is chasing you down. I can't believe I just made an Inception joke in 2026. It does give true lab vibes, yeah. I love how my taste in music has changed so much to where I genuinely like these songs. Well, like, level 1 is very bare, but, like, still.
Yeah, level 1 I was not confident in making it at all, and then level 2 I was like, let me actually do something, you know?
Yeah, I get that. Which works out, because level 1 doesn't have a lot of gameplay. It's just kind of a tutorial. I mean, there is gameplay, but it's, like, simple, you know? Level 2 is, like, better than most tiikSummer songs? Fuck, that's so true. You're actually correct. Oh, there we go. So yeah, that's level 3. And then we have Slow 1, which I'll just play a bit of, and I'll talk over this. This is made by me. It's just Music 1, but slow. This is not a level theme. It emanates from the Yoots. In fact, you can hear it multiple times at the same time if you have multiple Yoots chasing you, which, I feel like most people would probably fix. Nope, we're not fixing that.
That's part of the intention.
It is, it's part of the charm. In fact, it's quite scary.
It's actually game design is the issue. Because
it is.
It gets so loud that you can't hear anything else.
Yeah.
So the sound cues stop helping you.
Yeah, because there's sound cues in this game. First of all, Slow 1 is a sound cue of Yoot is coming closer to you, because you only hear this if Yoot is somewhat close to you. And there's directional audio, so you can tell where Yoot is coming from, if you are able to listen to stereo audio. Yeah. It's certainly a thing. I have nothing to say about it. I just took Music 1 and I put it into Audacity and slowed it down. Who could have guessed? Yeah, and that's the Project Bluerooms OST. I should mention level 3 information. Level 3 isn't based on any real life thing. It's just the floor is like puzzle pieces and it's like purple and green. It's a weird purple and green looking room, and I just kind of fucked around and made something that looked interesting and fit the vibe of Project Bluerooms. Level 3 is most well known for being the first and technically, at the moment, only level to not be a square shape and with the room size. So you have rectangular rooms. So that's a thing. And you're still dealing with the Yoots and the two-sided terror. I forgot to mention, in all these levels there are also some rooms that spawn in that have no floor, and so you fall down and you die. And so you have to dodge those. That's another hazard, but that's not a enemy, that's just a world hazard. And that's especially the case.
You mentioned the unseen or whatever.
No, yeah, I was getting to that. Level 3 really ups the ante when it comes to the holes in the ground at some points, because throughout the entire game there are a lot of holes that make it difficult. But you can just ignore the room and go to a different one. Level 3, I believe, is the first time where you actually have to go and deal with holes, because there are, like, the safes are specifically positioned above breakable blocks, which if Yoots hit them, it will cause a hole to appear, which can be an issue, because you might fall when you try to get the safe. That kind of thing. And then the final change with level 3 is, as Tree was bringing up, is the unseen, which is a no texture image with like a black and purple no texture null thing. And it has a green scribbled face on it that screams at you. Sometimes there's a small chance that if you open a door to go into the next room, that the unseen will show up at the door. And if that happens, you need to look away, because after a couple seconds, they will check. If they are currently on screen, after the couple seconds, you'll die immediately. If they are off screen, then they will despawn and you'll have no issue. You can't use them to your advantage at all. They just are obstacles. Also, if you walk into them, you'll die as well, obviously.
And they turn you into ice cream. That's canonical, and no matter what young Cube says, it's canonical.
What is I don't remember this.
I was like, there was a whole thing of I was gonna make achievements, and one of them has ice cream with a finger out of it, and it's for dying to the unseen, because you get turned into ice cream because they wanted ice cream. You tasty.
I don't remember that at all. I don't remember that at all.
This tree stinks so much, I just had to make it into ice cream.
Fuck off! Shut up. Okay.
And you were like, no, it's not ice cream.
Got it. Okay, final thing worth mentioning. So again, I don't like going into the future too much to talk about stuff, but we don't know if we're going to talk about this one, so I think it's fine if we spoil this, Elliot.
Huh? What? Oh.
The what Project Bluerooms OST became.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So if you are a fan of the poll, you might recognize a certain song.
Fucking album suck that. And this is not the one we're talking about. So, before any of you get scared...
Yeah, this is unrelated. I just wanted to throw it out here that this is the same album, because that's a cursed thought. This is... earlier I mentioned that Tree does stuff as Me. That's the artist name, Me.
Which, okay, quick note about that is, it was from ST, and was a bit of like, oh, this is my original character, Me, and it's just me as a person. Like, that's the entire point of it. And then Kaden realized that it would actually kind of fit in some ways.
Yeah, lore-wise, yeah.
And then we noticed, oh wait, but every single other character is meant to be kind of based around Cube in some ways. So it's really funny that the character named Me isn't me. Isn't me. Yeah. And the entire thing is that she just doesn't even know, like, her name or anything, really.
Yeah. It's very magical.
But she kind of got the DJ Square thing going on where she just kind of accidentally creates things that already exist, or like lore, like references lore that already exists.
Yeah. Yeah. So yeah, this is Me. Me made an album called MeJ, which is one of the worst things you'll ever hear. Check it out. It's 2 hours. Which is why I'm maybe a little hesitant on talking about this one, especially because this isn't actually a featured project technically.
Also,
but it is the April Fool's release of that year. What?
You can talk about the quote unquote trilogy, but like everything else has nothing to really.
Well, I don't know. It's
this is the only track that matters.
Yeah. So the closing track on MeJ is called Unheard, which if you listen to it, is very recognizable at this point. I'm not gonna play through the whole thing right now, because you know we've been already here for a while. But yeah, this is a straight up ambient track, sampling the music from Project Bluerooms as well as a bunch of sound effects from Project Bluerooms. Maybe some other stuff
and other stuff. There's a whole list on what is in this one. I'm pretty sure somewhere.
Oh, it says various old audio Tree Branch and Kube has made.
Yeah.
But yeah, so that's the closing track of that. Once again, currently Tree has been in charge of 2 mashup albums, ST and MeJ.
ST is not a mashup album.
Or sorry, fuck, shitpost album.
And GPJ5, that was a shitpost.
Okay, shut up. MeJ and ST are the 2 shitpost projects that you have created. And it's quite interesting that both of them have a very unnerving closer in a completely different way.
Yes, this one was intentionally supposed to be unnerving.
It's really good.
And its name is actually a reference to my room in a way, because whenever my knee shifts, no one can hear me down there.
God, I never even knew that's what that was
comes from.
I thought it was a reference to The Unseen from Project Bluerooms.
No, it's a reference to my pain.
God. Yeah.
There's also the cover is lore important to like my lore. Don't ask me what it means as in like the characters, because I don't even know. No one knows. It's like that sort of thing where, but I get like a vibe from it.
Yeah, I get what you mean.
If you understand the language of the multiverse, you can understand it. But there's also no one who understands it, so don't ask me.
Yep. God.
Yeah, and this cover has existed for a fucking while. I don't know why. I think I one day just made this, and then way later I found it again on my computer. I was like, huh. Because here's the thing is, I only found this after I designed this kind of like quote-unquote glyph system.
Mm-hmm.
And I had this for a while before it.
God.
I accidentally reused whatever this cover was made. Like, yeah.
God, that's awesome. Okay. Yeah, so that I think that's all we have to say about Project Bluerooms. Do you have anything more worth mentioning? No. Okay, yeah. So yeah, made in Cakewalk with the same VSTs that I was using around that time, meaning that this was technically made with the same setup as Origin Point, which is really funny to think about. Yeah. And with that, I have talked about pretty much all of my notable game demo projects, and the music that has been used in them. Now, before we stop, I do want to talk about just background lore between tiikSummer22 and how I feel about it now. So, tiikSummer22, so first of all, let me talk about something that didn't make it onto the album, which I am kind of sad about. So, tiikSummer22, I had the idea at one point of making the closing track for the album, which, you know, I Dreamed a Square Wave ended up being that. But I was going to make a track specifically with the intention of it being the closer for tiikSummer22, and it was going to be very different. In the same way that ASCII Art was an actual song at the end of sickBeatz to Disintegrate 2, I wanted tiikSummer22 to end with a track called Summer. So it was quite literally an album where it leads up to the summer of 2022. Just in the form of a track called Summer. And it was going to be a lyrical piece, which was going to be me being brutally honest, and that was pretty much it. It was going to be me doing a lyrical piece for the first time, and it was going to be soft kind of instrumental, and it was going to be lyrics where I was just being honest about what was going on at the time. Because tiikSummer22 is, technically speaking, a celebration of the fact that I graduated high school. But I wasn't happy, is the thing. Like, tiikSummer22 was the pretty much only thing that I was looking forward to during my graduation. I was going through quite a rough time at this point, emotionally, for various reasons. Part of it being my school life was fucking awful for many reasons. I got bullied all the time. Not in high school, thankfully. Just like in elementary school and sometimes in middle school. I am very much on the autism spectrum, and I had many issues with the school system due to that. Also, frankly, I think everyone has issues with the school system. They just refuse to admit it. A lot of the staff members that I had to deal with were total douchebags and just pieces of shit. I was tired. Yeah, and it especially was bad because, for quite a while I was able to just kind of, like, ignore this stuff because I was emotionally able to, like, focus on things that I enjoyed, and part of that was that I had friend groups that I liked talking to. Except the problem is that as I was going through high school, it became more and more clear that I was always the friend that no one would invite because they wanted to talk to them or anything. It was just kind of, they felt the need to include them in the conversation. And in fact, I was usually the one who was going up to my friends and being like, do you guys want to hang out? You know, I was always the one initiating, and it was pretty clear that people didn't enjoy my presence. For no particular reason, just kind of disinterest, I guess. And so my freshman, sophomore, and junior year was just overall just got more and more, like, kind of distant because I had friend groups, but it became more and more clear that I just didn't have very good friends. And thankfully, I did have some good friends. I did mention Cindy earlier, who was a big part of, like, Yoot. But again, she ended up swapping schools because, well, she graduated early. But also, I had other friends who ended up moving on as well, because they had to swap schools as well. Not for graduation, just they swapped schools. And so, yeah, I was just kind of, eventually it became clear to me, during the pandemic, 2019, which was in the middle of junior year, I want to say, it became clear to me in the middle of the pandemic that, because with the pandemic, obviously we weren't talking to each other physically, or, like, in the same room or anything, but it was like, it should have been more easy to talk to each other, you know, because we were already all nerds that were on Discord and we were talking to each other, that kind of thing. And yet still I found it trouble to actually talk to my friends about stuff. And yet, eventually one day, I'm very bad at being, like, directly, like, honest with people and just, like, confronting people, but eventually I did actually DM my best friend at the time, like, hey, I'm kind of in a bad place right now. Is it okay? Like, I understand if you don't want to be my friend or anything. I understand if you don't enjoy my presence or anything. I don't take it personally. I totally get it. It's just I'm getting mixed signals about whether or not you actually want to be my friend is the thing. Considering what's going on right now and just how I am just mentally in general, if it's okay to just reach out to me sometimes and just be like, hey, you know, just being someone who's a bit more on the initiative side, I guess. And I asked about that, and they responded by being like, no, yeah, I really do genuinely appreciate you as a friend, and I want to hang out with you more, and I don't want to lose you. And that was the last time I talked to them. They didn't bother ever talking to me again. And yeah, so that is an example of how things were going around this time. I was pretty alone. I'll just be directly honest here. And yeah, that combined with the fact that it felt like I was only graduating school because I had gone through the bullshit and just dealt with it and not just, I don't know. It didn't feel like I was solving anything. It felt like I was putting up with shit, basically. And, yeah, just, yeah, it's, yeah, it's not good to feel like, hey, I've spent, what? Because you have to remember, elementary school is, in American schooling system, you have
12 years.
You do. You have 12 years.
And then you have kindergarten as well.
Yeah, you have 13 years of just in not being able to just have a straight up childhood, basically. Like, I'm not going to say like, oh, I had my childhood stolen from me. It's just, I feel like I needed more time to myself and more time to just reflect about my life. And instead, I was busy being expected to go to school and deal with shitty people all the time, and being expected to just deal with it and grow numb to that. And it led to me being not existent emotionally during senior year. And yeah, and I got better, obviously. But it doesn't change the fact that even after all this time, I still honestly feel like I regret schooling more often than I am happy with the experience I had. And really, tiikSummer22 is me being like, I'm not happy I've graduated, but I need something to be happy about, I guess, is how I would put it. Yeah. I feel like there was some other point here that I was gonna make, but I'm forgetting. Oh yeah, also another important thing. You heard a lot about my computer science class in this thing. Turns out, one thing I realized in the later time of me doing schooling is that I thought that I was going to take the computer science pipeline, and it became more and more clear that it just wasn't for me. Because when people say computer science, they think of programming, they think of web design, they think of databasing, all of which are things that I do care about, but the idea of doing that for a job pisses me off, and it's not something I can do, you know? Especially not for multiple hours a day from like 9 a.m. to 5 p.m. Even if it's like I can do things at home or I can do things at my own pace, it's still like just not in my wheelhouse. Because the reality is, and what I started to realize later on, is that I didn't enjoy computer science, I enjoyed making games. And tiikSummer22 was just me kind of embracing that fact and just being like, here's the stuff that I actually give a shit about. Even though that a lot of the stuff on here I wasn't very proud of, there was a lot of stuff that I was proud of. And I figured, hey, might as well rip off the Band-Aid and release it all at the same time in the form of this project that is very easy to get confused by because it's just way too fucking long, very disjointed, very not worth listening to, honestly, most of it. But yeah. So obviously very personal, like in terms of my life with this album. Do I like it? No, not really. It's certainly an album that exists.
Other than Colorful Shatters, is this the most like important album in your opinion?
I guess technically, I guess. It's funny because
in terms of like your personal connection to it.
Yeah, I think so. Colorful Shatters is probably just above it, yeah. It's funny because this one doesn't really address anything like that. Which is the whole reason why I wanted there to be a track called Summer that just addressed it, because having an album that's very much like me kind of lying to myself about me being happy in a way, and then ending it off with like a brutal, honest opinion of where I was, that just felt right to me. But I didn't know how to do lyrical tracks at the time. In fact, I never ended up working on Summer, ever. And that kind of sucks, you know? It feels bad thinking about. But also, I think, all things considered, I think I Dreamed of Square Wave is a very good closer. I don't like that it's kind of mogged by some of the previous tracks. It's kind of I feel like I Dreamed of Square Wave does not age well. But there's some aspects of it that are very good, and I do like it as a closer conceptually. You know.
Fucking or the difference between tiikSummer22's art and Necro posting. Looking at them at the same screen.
God, yeah. Yeah, I think with that, I guess I should end off by ranking, because this is a thing that I forgot I wanted to do last time. At the end of each of these episodes, I think it would be a good way to close things off to give an idea of how much I like these projects in the way that the internet only gives shit about. Numbers! Yay, numbers!
I thought you were gonna say a tier list.
Or that, a tier list also works. But this isn't a tier list. We aren't tiering things off. I'm just I'm doing the original run of Gonkcast thing of I'm going to compare all of the projects to each other. So first of all, starting with episode 1, sickBeatz is definitely better than ARG ? Who could have guessed? It's actually amazing. Who could have imagined that? And Project Bluerooms OST is... Oh, fuck.
This is a hard question.
Wait, is it harder than ARG? I actually don't know. Hold on, let me think.
Do you like that you have to think about this?
Fuck, that's really hard. I'm gonna say... Yeah, I guess Project Bluerooms is better. I think, yeah, it's definitely not better than sickBeatz. But
yes.
Yeah, so ARG, Project Bluerooms, sickBeatz so far. And then we have tiikSummer22, which I already knew this was going to be a fucking hard one to decide, because, so I've already alluded to this quite a lot. I understand why tiikSummer22 was released in the way it was, of it being one big compilation. The thing coming back to it is very strange. Trying to explain how it's just kind of not an album. It's just a collection of tracks.
Yeah, it's a mixtape.
Yeah, I always have referred to this as a mixtape or a compilation album, but I even feel like that might be a little just not right.
Giving it too much credit.
Yeah.
This is Criley.
This is Criley. So true. I feel like what?
What the? I think what the fuck does CA mean? Because you did label it as something.
Oh yeah, that was compilation album. Is
So,
what that
yeah,
is.
Okay.
Yeah. Initially, I referred to it as a mixtape, but then I heard like, oh, a mixtape is a free project, and at the time I had my project set up as paid on Bandcamp, even though that you could download them for free on archive.org, and so I was like, maybe mixtape isn't the right idea, which is such a like, I mean, I understand why I went that direction, but I don't think that makes any sense, that logic. But anyways, point is, I again, I'll say this again. If I ever, for some reason, which I doubt I would ever do this, but if I for some reason did a physical release of tiikSummer22, I'm definitely leaning into the fact that it is a collection of EPs in album form, basically. Because, yeah, listening to this as an album is a little weird. In fact, honestly, skip the first half of this album. Just start directly at either Music 2 or Woohoo. I don't think there's much of a reason to listen to the first half of this. If you are interested in my stuff and want to hear, like, you know, all the references and stuff, listen to the whole thing. But the good shit is in the second half, you know? And I honestly thought that was going to be the case when releasing it, but I was kind of like, you know, it would be cool to release it this way.
That's why it's transitioning throughout the entire thing.
Yeah, exactly.
I think the order, other than Square Wave being like Mog, I think the order is like perfect.
Yeah, I don't think the order could have been better. Yeah. I am also glad that I made Symmetry a bonus track, because that would have screwed up the timing. Yeah. My main issue is just that Otherworldly is so long, but like that's kind of unavoidable considering that track is just long. So that's what happens when you have singles that are intentionally made with the existence of being long. Hell, Otherworldly was referred to in its project title as just long. That was the name of it.
Wow.
Until I came up with the title of Otherworldly, which was the actual title. Yeah. So yeah, with that, I think I'm going to say that sickBeatz is actually better than tiikSummer22.
Yes. Yes. I don't know why you have to think about that.
Yeah, because it's funny because there's like no
works.
There's like no reason to listen to sickBeatz multiple times, but like at least you can listen to the whole thing and there's like a coherent like interest to it. tiikSummer22 just kind of has like 10 bad tracks and then 10 okay tracks, some of which are actual bangers. Like
now question. Is Project Bluerooms OST in the middle of them? Is it ARG, Teak?
No. I'm putting Teak above Project Bluerooms. No, I had to think about that for a moment though.
Can't believe stunting my growth as a musician.
I know, it's amazing.
You're evil.
Okay, with that, number 4, I already forgot. Number 4, ARG question mark. Number 3, Project Bluerooms OST. Number 2, tiikSummer22, and number 1, sickBeatz to Disintegrate 2, which is a really fucking funny thing to say, but that's genuinely the case. Okay, and what?
Is the next episode gonna be all the like singles?
I was about to mention.
Do Colorful Shatters, or are we gonna do Colorful Shatters and all the singles in one?
No. So, I mentioned this earlier, and I'm gonna mention it again. Before we go, reminder: next episode is gonna be about the next the next 4 releases of this era, which is the singles. That being Parallax, Spider, Color Calibration, and Cold Water Drips Through Stone Circuits. We'll be doing those 4. We also have a different project that we'll be talking about, which is entirely unrelated. And I'm not saying what it is, because it's magical. All right.
Do you have an announcement? Have you said the announcement?
I did. Do you want to see the announcement?
Yeah.
This is what I did earlier. Fuck, I forgot that the music would start playing.